The King's Avatar audiobook by Kevin chapter 1381. So it ends here. Translator. Namyami editor. Namyami it wasn't just Ye Xiu, Ye Xiu's expression turned heavy too, adding on a skill with the same effect. It sounded wasteful, but to 301 it was their biggest bane. 301's strategies had been brought back by Ye Xiu. He knew better than anyone else how it should be played, as well as all the tricks and techniques involved. In these strategies, the knight was undoubtedly crucial. Provoke and roar, the two taunt skills, were essential for letting the assassin complete a life-risking strike and were incredibly valuable for other tactics too. It could be said that these were the two most important skills for their strategies. These strategies weren't used in China's competitive scene. Ye Xiu had confirmed it, and after 301 started using them, they became a force to be reckoned with. Their execution wasn't perfect yet, but 301 had already achieved great results. A major reason for their success was the alliance's unfamiliarity with these foreign tactics. However, Happy's Ye Xiu had attached two skills with the same effect onto his weapon, most likely to target Tide's provoke and roar. It was enough to say that he had grasped the key points of this set of strategies. Luring away Yang Kong and his scene killer was only a part of Happy's setup. The other part was restricting the enemy knight's two taunt skills. With a Chi master, a cleric, and who knew how many skills Lord Grimm had added onto his umbrella, Happy had numerous ways to achieve this goal. What a guy! He's even better than I imagined. Ye Xiu was shocked. Ye Xiu had seen through his techniques, his thoughts, and even the strategies he had brought back from outside of the scene. The glory textbook. Ye Xiu had heard of this nickname. Now he was convinced, truly convinced. Was there anything this guy didn't excel at? He was top tier at every aspect of glory, and that weapon his character possessed, Ye Xiu had never even heard of it before. The European scene obviously had self-made equipment, but to create one that could transform, wasn't that cheating? Wasn't that changing how the game was supposed to be played? Ye Xiu had questioned it at one point, but now he had nothing to say. For such a freakish weapon to appear in such a freakish player's hands, there was nothing he could say. Lord Grimm flickered, avoiding the flying circle sweep kick from Moving Mountain. The scythe formed myriad manifestations umbrella arced in the air, drawing out a rising emblem, suspending Moving Mountain in the air. Instead of falling down, Moving Mountain shot into the air. Lord Grimm rushed forward, holding a talisman in his other hand, the exorcist's meditation talisman, which could dispel taunt effects. No one could be faster than Lord Grimm, and no one could block him. Team 301's current team comp had a very obvious weakness: no ranged. Before 301's sixth player Quan Zhi came onto the stage, 301's starting team comp consisted of an assassin, a knight, a blade master, a grappler, and a paladin, all melee. An all-melee team was a viable team comp though, unlike all ranged team comps. Even though they would have some trouble against ranged attacks, all melee teams had the numbers advantage in melee brawls. This was the goal of all melee teams: defense first, and then once an opportunity appeared to fight the opponent melee characters, jump at it and never let go. However, oftentimes, without a long-ranged class, they could meet situations where there was nothing they could do. For example, trying to interrupt a skill was exceptionally difficult. Lord Grimm was getting ready to attack, but without long-ranged firepower, they had no suitable ways of stopping him. Lord Grimm's meditation talisman was stuck onto 1-inch ash. The roar effect was finally dispelled. Kaio Yifan immediately had 1-inch ash placed down a ghost boundary. The timing of the dispel was immaculate. The ghost boundary could continue to remain. At this moment, Ye Xiu turned around and lifted his hands. Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm made his way over to him in a single step. Ye Xiu was shocked. With just one press of his finger, Tide would have let out a glorious provocation, but Lord Grimm stood in his way. This was the method that Ye Xiu had used to block Lord Grimm's calm and composed. Lord Grimm moved towards Tide, but was Ye Xiu afraid? Tide had reached little cold hands. Even if Bai Shu hadn't provoked him, Ye Xiu would have went over anyways to rescue their healer. Now, with the provoke, he didn't even need to press any buttons to move. He could focus solely on using skills as he rushed over. Bai Shu was helpless. Provoke and roar had been used, and under Knight's spirit there might have even been buffed. However, the opponent had blocked them. Could he still escape? No tricks would work. His only choice was to brute force his way out. If it was just himself, he could have ran long ago, but the goal was to get the rest of the team to retreat too. 1-inch Ash's ghost boundary needed to be put under control. 301's objective hadn't changed. Just heroic leap. Tide jumped over Lord Grimm's head and smashed towards 1-inch Ash. Lord Grimm was still under Provoke's effects though. The system forced him to follow, so his reactions were perfect. Tide had quickly leaped over his head, but Lord Grimm instantly turned around. Ye Xiu followed in his steps and also jumped. His myriad manifestations umbrella transformed into a spear circle swing. Pooh! Tide was stabbed in midair. Bai Shu turned his head in disbelief. To be able to attack in this situation, what were his limits? Bang! Tide had been thrown to the ground by circle swing. The weight of a fully plated knight wasn't light. He formed a crater in the ground as the earth trembled. Bai Shu immediately had Tide get up, but his skills were locked. Happy's cleric had probably thrown down sacred fire when Lord Grimm threw him, sealing his skills. In the blink of an eye, Kaio Yifen completed a chain of ghost boundaries. He didn't need to trap all of 301, just a single character was enough. Unless their opponents were crippled, how could they not go rescue their ally? Gao Jai was unfortunately the one to be captured. He was wildly attacking to stop Fang Rui, but he didn't realize that it was actually him being locked down by Fang Rui. 1-inch Ash's ghost boundary chain linked together with him in the center of it. Gao Jai was dumbfounded. Then he watched as the rest of Happy rushed over, each of them with sinister expressions. Not good, Team 301 could do nothing. They couldn't help but look towards the other side. Their team captain, Yang Kong, and his scene killer should be back by now. But number Yang Kong was currently fighting with Su Ma Cheng, who was patiently kiting him. In short, she was doing one thing, stalling. Yang Kong completely understood Su Ma Cheng's intentions, but he had no way of resolving the issue. In fact, he was hoping Bai Shu and the others could find a way to come over and group back up. If everyone locked Su Ma Cheng outside of Polonia Tower, their tactics would be able to open up. How could he know that Happy had locked up the other four, stopping them from leaving? Both sides were hoping for one another to save them, but right now, neither side could help the other. In the end, the trapped Gao Jai was unable to be rescued. When Yang Kong saw Stellar Sword's name suddenly turn gray, his heart sunk. He knew that the other side had lost, and in the end, he wasn't able to get rid of Su Ma Cheng and rush back to help. Despite knowing the other side's intentions, he could do nothing but be led around by the nose into a losing situation. Gao Jai had fallen. Who was next? Yang Kong clearly knew that the death of an ally was the most dangerous moment. The remaining players would instantly feel the pressure multiplied. Before their sixth player arrived, everyone would need to put in even greater effort to hold on in order to last while their side had a numbers disadvantage. If any teammate was unable to persist, the opponents would utilize their numbers advantage to quickly sweep everyone. I need to group back together with them. Yang Kong made his decision. Scene Killer tossed Dancing Rain aside to return. Su Ma Cheng continued to give chase with her Dancing Rain, but this time, Yang Kong's retreat was more decisive. When Dancing Rain entered Polonia Tower, he didn't even look back. In this live or die moment, tactics could only be thrown aside for now. To group up, even if they had Su Ma Cheng above breaking their tactics, it could be considered as a method of intimidation. Afterwards, they could go on the offensive. Either way, it was still better than letting Happy lead them around by the nose. Scene Killer finally grouped together with everyone, and 301's sixth player had quickly arrived as well. But it was too late. When Yang Kong got closer, he saw that Ye Xiu's tide no longer had much health left. At a numbers disadvantage, he had relied on his sturdy plate armor and his own body to protect the other two members. As a result, he took huge amounts of damage. Their healer, Sun Ming's Paladin 7, had been focused by the other side as well and could not provide any assistance. Yang Kong was only an assassin. He wasn't a healer. His return could help relieve some of Ye Xiu's burden, but at this point Happy was trading health for health. At this rate, Tide would certainly be killed. The Night Tide was perhaps had the most health out of any knight in all of Glory, but in order to protect his team, he fell as well. Boom, boom, boom. Dancing Rain had climbed up the Polonia Tower and was providing help. Yang Kong lifted his head and saw the dazzling yet harsh gunfire. We lost. Yang Kong knew that the fight was over. But was it the end of this match or the end of their summer? How bitter. No matter what, losing would always make one feel bitter. I don't have many two chances left. Reality was cruel. With this team competition, Happy beat 301. The final score 6-4. Team 301 would have to wait for the results of the two other matches before they could know their final fate. As for Happy, to think they didn't even let me play, or could it be a mark of how much we've improved? Tang Ru wrinkled her brow in complaint. Chapter 1382, it's all over. Chapter 1382, it's all over. Translator, Namyami Editor, Namyami. Happy and 301 Degrees match has come to an end. Happy won. In the live broadcast of Samsara and 100 Blossoms match, Pan Lin immediately announced the results of the other match once he received them. Happy won, huh? Li Yibo sighed, his tone filled with sorrow. Pan Lin didn't respond and let out a sigh of relief as well before focusing on the match again. Happy had won. Originally, this was great news for 100 Blossoms, but unfortunately, they hadn't managed to grasp their chance this time. In the team competition against Samsara, 100 Blossoms was clearly at a disadvantage. Currently, it was 5 against 4 on the field, with 100 Blossoms down one person. It looked like they weren't going to be able to defeat Samsara twice in the regular season after all. Would they have a chance to turn the tables? Pan Lin and Li Yibo both silently watched on. If there wasn't any miraculous save, then there was little need for them to commentate. How is Wind Howl's match going? Li Yibo suddenly asked. It's not over yet. Pan Lin was also, in fact, checking up on the other match every now and then. However, the only information he had gotten so far was that the match wasn't over yet, but no details. The match continued. With the fall of each 100 Blossoms character, the hope for a miracle dimmed a little more. Pan Lin sighed again. 100 Blossoms had done everything they could. Even in front of a powerhouse like Samsara, they maintained hope. Finally, they were able to gain 2 points in the group arena and overtake Wind Howl, grasping the initiative. But fate had once again played a cruel trick on them. They had gotten the initiative, but it had slipped out of their grasp again. Right now, all they could do was wait for the results of the Tiny Herb and Wind Howl match. But by the time Samsara and 100 Blossoms match ended, the results still hadn't come out. 6-4 to Samsara. This wasn't any spectacular victory, but the venue had exploded into a sea of cheers. The 38 rounds had finally came to an end. Samsara had obtained a total of 319 points. They had started in the lead and had never once been overtaken. Their entry into the playoffs had been guaranteed 4 rounds ago. However, out of respect, they didn't celebrate too much. But now, with all 38 rounds over, there was no need to hold back any longer, and this was Samsara's home stadium as well. They had long since prepared a celebration ceremony, and some hadn't even managed to wait until the end of the match to start. Team 100 Blossoms shook hands with Samsara's members amidst this joyful cacophony. Samsara's members were courteous enough to wait until after these procedures were over to wave their fists in celebration with the Samsara fans in venue, a celebration of 38 rounds of victory. "We are the champions." This classic by Queens blared through the stadium speakers. The fans in the stadium all roared along with this line. This was a truth in the regular season and a beautiful blessing for their playoffs journey. Team 100 Blossoms left the stage disappointed, surrounded by this sort of atmosphere. No one would care much about the losers, and it wasn't the first time 100 Blossoms had been filled with disappointment in a celebratory situation. Their seniors had walked off the stage of the grand finals in disappointment like this thrice. Has it ended? The players that had just finished playing in the match didn't know the results of the other match. After asking, they found out that Tiny Herb and Wind Howl's match was still ongoing. Is there any hope left? Everyone held hope, but this feeling, how they couldn't grasp this hope with their own two hands, was terrible. They felt like a grounded fish. They could do nothing but wait. What would it be? Their eyes held hope and anxiety and a mess of similar emotions, all until the news came. "We're in," the person who obtained the news said. "Is that so?" Yu Feng gave a long sigh and sat down on the player bench. The tension in him finally drained out. "We're in," some others still needed confirmation. "Yes, we're in, we're in." Wind Howl lost to Tiny Herb. "We're 1 point in the lead, we're in for the playoffs." The person who had got the news burst out in excitement. 100 Blossoms members looked at each other. Excitement, delight. They didn't seem to be feeling any of that. After all that had occurred, all they felt was a sense of relief, like they had managed to escape death. In the yet unfinished live broadcast, Pan Lin and Li Yibo had naturally also received the news. "I didn't think there would be such a dramatic ending to all this," Pan Lin commented. "Yeah, in the last team competition, the 3 teams that needed to win didn't manage to win any of them. Thus, the points remain unchanged," Li Yibo said. "We can't really say it's completely unchanged," Pan Lin laughed. 1 round ago, Wind Howl sat at 8th and 100 Blossoms was at 9th. However, 100 Blossoms gained 4 points this round, overtaking Wind Howl and squeezing into the top 8. "Unfortunately, Team Wind Howl wasn't able to enter the playoffs," Li Yibo lamented. "But they're still young. They can try again next year," Pan Lin said. Thus, the regular season ended just like that. Tiny Herb Stadium wasn't as lively as Samsara's. After all, for Tiny Herb, they had merely finished a match that had little to no effect whatsoever on their points. There was no need to celebrate getting into the playoffs either. They acted like this was all a very normal match, with an applause given to the 2 teams. However, under the applause stood the most disappointed team of the round. They lost. It was over. In the moment the match ended, Wind Howl knew that this would be the result. They were the ones who needed to win this round. The team that wouldn't have any chance whatsoever if they didn't win. However, in the end, they lost. Especially knowing that 301 Degrees and 100 Blossoms had both lost, Wind Howl were even more frustrated. A chance had appeared, but unfortunately they weren't able to make use of it. With round 38 of the regular season, Team Wind Howl's journey FPR Season 10 had come to an end. They weren't able to get into the playoffs, and for a team that had set its goal as the championships, this was a complete failure. They had never expected that their summer would end so soon. They didn't know what they would do next. Everyone felt lost and silently left the stadium just like that. A season of hard work, a season of their efforts, all dispersed in the wind. The results of the matches of round 38 were out one after the other. This would decide the team's final rankings and also the team's first opponents in the playoffs. The live broadcast still hadn't ended. It was waiting for this moment, the moment the final match results came out. Pan Lin and Li Yibo swiftly organized the materials at hand, giving a simple report on the season's final results. Team Samsara was the regular season champions at 319 points. After them was Tyranny in second with 278 points. They weren't as impressive as last season, and even began the season under doubt from all sides. However, after 38 rounds, they had silently managed to climb over the other teams into second place. Blue Rain was third, just a point away from Tyranny. They had switched places several times with Tyranny, and in the last round had ended things with a 1-point disadvantage. Team Tiny Herb was at 270 points, placed fourth. Fifth was Thunderclap with 254 points. Then it was Happy, 301 Degrees and 100 Blossoms, whose places were only confirmed with the last round. Team Wind Howl, unfortunately, falling short by just 1 point. Void was 10th and Misty Rain was 11th. After that it was Miracle, Royal Style, Parade, Heavenly Swords, Lightly, Conquering Clouds, and Radiant. Bright Green and Seaside were the only two teams of the season whose points didn't manage to reach the hundreds, and they were both relegated. It's over. For the teams not in the top 8, Season 10 was done. As for the top 8, they would enter the final war of the season. Considering the matchups the Alliance had always used, everyone could draw the matchup situation of the playoffs from the rankings. The ranked first Samsara will be up against 100 Blossoms in the first match of the playoffs. Pan Lin announced the first set of opponents. The teams have just finished playing a round against one another, and now they're going to fight 2 more rounds in the playoffs, or maybe even 3, Li Yibo pointed out. Then it's Tyranny versus 301 Degrees, Blue Rain against Happy, Tiny Herb against Thunderclap, Pan Lin continued. Yup. And then the winner of Samsara and 100 Blossoms will fight whoever wins between Tiny Herb and Thunderclap, while the victor of Tyranny versus 301 Degrees will go up against whoever wins between Happy and Blue Rain. Then the winners of these 2 battles will go up against one another in the grand finals. Li Yibo announced the rest of the matchups for the playoffs. Coach Li, can you give a prediction of how the playoffs might go? Pan Lin asked. Ha. The results are hard to say. In the playoffs, what's gained from the regular season loses its value, especially with the new rules in place. This makes it even harder to predict from the results of the regular season. For example, for Team Tyranny, they were a subject of doubt in the regular season, but now everyone's realized that they were saving up strength for the playoffs. Under these circumstances, it's hard to say how well Tyranny will perform in the playoffs, Li Yibo replied. Then what about Team Happy? What do you think of them, Advisor Li? This team managed to enter the playoffs as a new team. This is something that has never happened before. Where do you think they'll be able to get to, Advisor Li? Pan Lin inquired. Li Yibo could feel his insides clench. Happy was a team he didn't dare make predictions about. Happy, well, they might count as a new team, but this new bottle holds old wine. Ye Xiu, Suma Cheng, Fang Rui, just the 3 of them alone have plenty of playoffs experience, comparable or even more than the other 7 teams. Apart from that, it's all rookies. Such a conflicting team composition has never been seen before. I'm eager to see how they'll perform as well, Li Yibo said. Happy's just finished their post-match press conference. The reports asked about the playoffs, and guess how Ye Xiu replied. How? Li Yibo asked. He said, now that they've gotten here, he won't be thrown off again, Pan Lin said. Let's hope that's true, Li Yibo laughed. Chapter 1383 Regular Season Awards. Chapter 1383 Regular Season Awards. Translator, Namiyami Editor. Namiyami. The regular season finally came to a close. At the round 38 post-match press conferences, the teams that managed to get into the playoffs were asked questions on how they planned to face the playoffs. Each team's response was rather reserved, at most expressing their determination. No one expanded on it too much. The first round of the playoffs was set to beginning on June 14, the start of the new week. The playoffs would open with Samsara versus 100 Blossoms. After resting for a mere 8 days, the two teams would once again meet on the battlefield. 8 days. No team would really spend these 8 days resting and relaxing. After confirming their opponents for the first round, each team entered a high-tension state of preparations. It wasn't just the teams that grew busier. The alliance, the media, and sponsors were all rushing to make arrangements for this season's climax. The reporters sent out by different media outlets hoped to obtain the situations of each team's preparations. Some teams would use this as a chance to set a smokescreen. The war that was the playoffs had started ever since round 38 ended, from on the stage to outside the stage, from mental fortitude to mechanics and strategies. This war wasn't just won on the battlefield. Happy, because of their unique origins, had plenty of people keeping an eye on them. However, the day after the last round, Happy announced that they were going into isolated training. Even the esports home reporter Chang Xian, who was the closest to them, was sent away politely. They weren't the only ones, though. Happy's opponent for the first round, Blue Rain, had also closed itself from the outside world. Their PR gave the media a few courtesy words that were common in the playoffs. The other 6 teams didn't seem to treating this as solemnly as Happy and Blue Rain. Samsara openly expressed their determination and confidence in accomplishing a consecutive 3 championships. Tyranny kept a low profile like they had the entire season, not revealing anything. Tiny Herb's roster had undergone great change since their 2 championships, and Captain Wang Jixi expressed his hopes for Tiny Herb's future. Thunderclap's Captain Zio Shikin mentioned the awkward situation of how Thunderclap had never succeeded in advancing to the second round of the playoffs. This time, he expressed his hope that they would break through. "We've gotten here, and we only have one goal, the championship." Zio Shikin displayed an ambition that Thunderclap hadn't dared display all season. 301 Degrees had only managed to charge into the playoffs with Ye Xiu's arrival in the latter half of the season. They might not have a high point score, but the combative power they had displayed in the latter half of the season was nothing to joke about. Thus, Team 301 Degrees was very confident about the playoffs. "This is a completely new 301 Degrees," was what 301 Degrees expressed in their interview. In 8th, 100 Blossoms, who had narrowly beaten Wind Howl by 1 point, first expressed, self-mockingly, that they really were quite lucky. "The playoffs is a new beginning. We won't waste this rare fortune." When 100 Blossoms talked about luck, it would always make people sigh over it, but now they kept talking about their fortune and good luck. Their attitude was most certainly very enthusiastic. Let's wish them a good luck in the playoffs. All the reports on the teams were, in the end, about such words. After that, there were analyses and predictions for each team flooding in. Team Samsara was undoubtedly the one people had the highest hopes for. They had managed to leave everyone in the dust in the regular season. Even the 4 Heavenly Kings of Tyranny in Season 9 hadn't given such a dominating performance. All sorts of reports, all sorts of comments, all sorts of debates. The matches hadn't even begun, and the normal players were all in a tizzy, all talking about their reasons and opinions. The esports sites had also began all kinds of polls to calculate each's support ratio. On June 8, 6 days before the beginning of the playoffs, the Alliance announced the rewards for the regular season. King of Dueling, Happy's Ye Xiu. Arena Star, Samsara's Sun Xiang. One Hit One Kill, Samsara's Zhou Zekai. These 3 were calculated purely through statistical data with no subjectivity. The final results weren't anything that could be argued over anyways. There were people who'd pick out needles in the haystack and even complain that Ye Xiu's flawless record was built on a god, of all players, playing in the individual competition. These people who were just looking for trouble had nothing they could actually use against a record like this. The occasional nitpicker would be ganged up on and insulted into submission. After the three statistically calculated awards, it was time for the other awards decided by the alliance. Since different people had different opinions, these awards would elicit an intense debate each year. This year followed that trend, and the argument was the most intense yet because the best rookie went to Tang Ru. The alliance, in the end, decided to respect the fact that this was a competition of skill. Speaking solely in regards to performance, Tang Ru, a core member of Team Happy, held an impressive record of group arena wins and admirable performance in the team competition. No other rookie in the 10th season had a chance against Tang Ru for this award. The most impactful statement on her report was, "A player that has managed to smash through rookies block 1 with her fierce determination." Unfortunately, Tang Ru's conduct had many people viewing her in a different manner. They were all more willing to point out her flaws and magnify them, using them to make her seem unskilled. Of course, Tang Ru's performance wasn't flawless, and under such nitpicking, people could find flaws everywhere. After these flaws were magnified, Tang Ru was nothing more than a pretty face who couldn't accomplish anything, according to some. Unfortunately for them, Tang Ru's performance clearly rebuked that. Even if they had ignored her strengths, her victories were recorded and noted. Tang Ru had broken through rookies' block without faltering. This was a spectacular achievement for a rookie, yet those nitpickers completely neglected to consider it. In these 10 years since the alliance had been created, only 2 people had managed to break through rookies' block before without faltering: Wang Jixi and Sun Xiang. Both were top gods now. After that, last season's Tyranny's rookie, Qin Mayan, had managed to play a stable hand through his debuting season. However, in Tyranny's team, the 4 gods had drawn a lot of attention and snatched a lot of data. Qin Mayan's statistical data wasn't all that impressive, low profile to the point where people didn't even think any fluctuations in his data were noteworthy. In addition to his rather wallflower-like presence, he escaped most people's attention. This was to the point where, when the alliance was writing up the report on their choice of best rookie, they only mentioned Wang Jixi and Sun Xiang for players who had broken through rookies' block, and completely ignored Qin Mayan. However, this was enough to prove how impressive Tang Ru's performance had been this season. Because of this impressive performance, the alliance could not give Tang Ru this award for something like conduct. From a competitive perspective, this definitely wouldn't be fair. Best rookie, Happy's Tang Ru. That was the alliance's final decision, and they weren't surprised by the uproar that it created. However, Tang Ru's powerful performance gave them the confidence that she'd live up to the award she was given. Compared to this best rookie, the other awards had some objections, but it wasn't nearly as intense. Best 6th player went to Blue Rain's Song Zio. Most improved was 100 Blossoms' Zhu Yuan. Best partners in the end was given to Team Samsara's new striking duo, Zhou Zekai and Sun Xiang. MVP, Happy's Ye Xiu. With the unspecialized character Lord Grimm and his myriad manifestations Umbrella, he had managed a spectacular 37 consecutive individual competition wins and led a new team like Happy to the playoffs. Ye Xiu's return to the alliance had brought yet another never-before-seen record. Samsara's strength, after 2 consecutive championships, was something everyone was used to now. In contrast, the lack of it would be uncharacteristic and disappointing. Naturally, everyone's expectations rose. As for Happy, a new team like them reaching such heights was downright weird. What did one mean by valuable? This was valuable. It was because of his existence that Happy reached such heights. This display of value was the best explanation for the choice of MVP. A 4th time. That was when people realized that Ye Xiu had broken yet another record with this award. 3-time MVP was a record belonging to Ye Xiu. No one would have guessed that after so many years he would win it again. four-time MVP, and the Glory Pro League had only had 10 seasons so far. Behind Ye Xiu, it was the Season 8 and Season 9 MVP Zhou Zekai. Then there was Season 7's Wang Jixi, Season 6's Huang Xiaoshan, Season 5's Zhang Jiao, and Season 4's Han Wenqing. These names at the top of Glory had only gained such an achievement once each. The four of them added together was equal to one of Ye Xiu. The true king has returned. This was what many thought, seeing the number of this greatest regular season award that Ye Xiu had won. In the prep time for the playoffs, the regular season achievements had caused a small uproar, but this was something everyone was used to already. The regular season awards were distributed at around this time every year, and every year there would be objections. However, such an intense argument over a rookie was something completely new. The alliance had been prepared, clearly stating the reasons for Tang Ru's award in an interview, but many still wouldn't accept it and continued to argue over it. However, they couldn't do much except argue, because they couldn't change the alliance's decision. The award winners would all be personally informed by the alliance. Chen Guo was exceptionally excited over Ye Xiu's and Tang Ru's awards, while in the face of the other awards, Chen Guo became an irrational nitpicker. For example, for Best Sixth Player, Chen Guo thought Tang Ru performed well and was often fielded as sixth player, so she was definitely worthy of this award. For example, Most Improved, Chen Guo didn't care that Kaio Yifan only began playing official matches this year, saying that he had shown great improvement since he was in Tiny Herb, so he should get the award. Fang Rui had successfully switched classes, which was an improvement as well, so he should get the award as well. For example, for Best Partners, Chen Guo had only ever and would only ever accept Ye Xiu and Su Macheng as best, no debate. It should all be ours. In the end, Chen Guo was very unsatisfied with the alliance's choices. Chapter 1384 Too Close. Chapter 1384 Too Close. Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami Happy responded to Chen Guo's complaints with a grin. Naturally, winning these awards were a cause for celebration, but Team Happy didn't have the time for a celebration yet. They still had plenty to do in preparations for the playoffs, especially getting used to their new equipment. 40 pieces of pseudo-silver equipment. In this last week, Happy's R&D worked overtime and managed to finish the last 3 silver equipment right after the end of the 38th round, giving Happy a total of 40 pieces of pseudo-silver equipment. Compared to proper silver equipment, pseudo-silver equipment was disposable, a temporary fix for Happy's lack of proper equipment, but they didn't have any room for improvement. This expenditure pained Chen Guo, but she understood Happy's current situation. Without special methods, it was impossible to improve their hardware so quickly. The other teams had managed to get to where they were through years of cumulative effort. No matter how talented Happy was, they couldn't catch up to the powerhouses in these 1 to 2 years of time. So right now, Happy could only use these short-term solutions. It was just good that this solution didn't use up too many valuable materials, so it didn't conflict much with Happy's development of proper silver equipment. The only proper piece of level 80 silver equipment was the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. For it to be equipped, the umbrella needed a 5-level reduction to its level requirement. They had finally managed to create this stat and apply it every form of the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. As a result, each form's base stats were clearly a cut above level 75 silver equipment, and the bonus stats had gained small improvements as well. At level 50, when the Myriad Manifestations umbrella had been fully developed, it had shield, spear, rifle, teichai, scythe, staff, ninjato, tonfa, and estoc forms, as well as having the abilities of a mechanic's mechanical box. All the further improvements had maintained these forms. And this time, Guan Rongfei successfully added new forms in the jump from level 70 directly to level 80. Using the Tanfa form as a base, the myriad manifestations umbrella could now become Nightwalker's dual swords. The umbrella ribs that held up the umbrella while open could now be detached and equipped to the wrists to form a fighter's claws. With the umbrella closed, the canopy could open horizontally above the shaft of the umbrella, forming a weird shape like a poleaxe, but this was actually the swordsman's greatsword. In addition to the 9 old forms of the myriad manifestations umbrella, there were now a total of 12 forms. To use all low-level skills, all they needed was a form for each superclass: mage, swordsman, priest, gunner, fighter, nightwalker. However, more forms meant more variety, and would allow the unspecialized style to become even more unpredictable and complex. Plus, considering how it was possible to set a different skill on each form, 3 more forms meant 3 more non-unspecialized, non-awakening class skills. In the end of the 12 forms, there were 2 swordsmen, 1 gunner, 2 fighter, 3 priest, 2 mage, and 2 nightwalker. It was pretty evenly distributed. Everyone, including Ye Xiu, were doing their best to familiarize themselves with the new equipment in this limited time given. Esports Home's reporter, Chang Xian, called or came to visit the internet cafe every now and then. After all, he was a reporter, and his primary work was to gather intel. Though he knew that no team liked to be bothered at a time like this, Chang Xian still had to try and get something out of them. However, no matter when he came, Chang Xian didn't see anyone except boss Chen Guo. The only person he managed to meet in the team was the boss. This was a clear display of Happy's grassroots status. No team's boss was like a receptionist like Happy's Chen Guo, easier to find than any of the team members even. If it was any other reporter trying to interview a team, then they'd probably die of happiness at such a situation. However, Happy was the exception. Chang Xian snuck into Happy again, only to see Chen Guo looking at him with a smile. He smiled weakly, feeling a little helpless. "Sister Chen." "What? Not happy to see me?" Chen Guo asked. She was only just starting to learn how to interact with the media, but the reporter she had the most exposure to was Chang Xian, also a newbie in his field. He was honest and principled individual, not nearly as sly as veteran reporters. Against him, Chen Guo had no problems. No, of course not," Chang Xian hurriedly replied. He didn't dare offend Chen Guo. Though she was almost like a receptionist in how easy it was to get a hold of her, she was still the boss of a team. "Sister Chen, seeing that I've come over so many times, could you give me some insider info?" Chang Xian was practically begging. "There really isn't anything to give. It's just that they don't want to be disturbed, so they went into closed-door training for the championships," Chen Guo said cheerfully. Chang Xian had heard these words many times already, but he couldn't believe them. Although he was new to the industry, these few years had honed his observational skills. In addition, Chen Guo wasn't someone who was adept at hiding her thoughts. Her cheerful manner of addressing Chang Xian clearly told him that she was hiding something from him. "AI, Sister Chen, can you let me see Brother Yi and the others and ask them about how they feel about the first round?" Chang Xian was close to tears. It might have been plain as day that there were things going on in the team that Chen Guo was hiding, but the problem was that she was hiding them, and hiding them well. Chang Xian didn't have any way of getting her to spill. She was clearly enjoying the feeling of knowing something that he didn't. "They're pretty busy recently, why don't you wait a couple days?" Chen Guo answered, sounding completely serious. "Then, Sister Chen, what do you think of the first round?" Chang Xian could only make do with Chen Guo. Yes, make do. For any other team, getting an interview from the boss was no small feat, but over here with Happy, it was making do, because it was way too easy to get to see Chen Guo. Chang Xian had seen Chen Guo who knows how many times while eating noodles at the food stall on the street corner. They were familiar with each other like kin, and there was no sense of mystery to it at all. Thus, Chang Xian knew that Chen Guo was a rather unorthodox boss, and it sometimes felt like she was just one in name. Happy's biggest decision-maker wasn't her. Of course, on the Alliance's database and Happy's registration forms, as well as the sponsorship forms, Chen Guo was the sole owner of Happy's assets, the biggest boss of Happy. This boss was a bit of a puppet, but she was more than happy to play the part. If Chang Xian had to describe it, then he'd call her a one true fan. Yes, a one true fan. Compared to that young master Xia Zhongshan from Qin Ti Green, she was way more of a true fan. Xia Zhongshan had far greater control of New Excellent Era than Chen Guo had of Happy, and he acted like a typical team club boss. As a City H reporter, Chang Xian had naturally gone to see the current Excellent Era. Chang Xian really wasn't sure how to deal with a boss like Chen Guo. They were friends, and that was great, of course. However, as an interviewee, though she had such a high position, her value was low, and just thinking of it was frustrating him. He often saw Happy's boss, but he couldn't get any information about what was happening with Happy. He'd be considered a joke if word got out. The first round will defeat Blue Rain, of course, Chen Guo said. Chang Xian sobbed inside. There was no substance to that. He had been expecting it, though, so he hadn't even bothered to record it. Do you have any special strategies planned? Chang Xian asked. That's a secret I can't say. Chen Guo smiled. What secret? You don't even know, do you? Chang Xian felt the mental tears pour. Will Boss Wei play in the match against Blue Rain? He has history with Blue Rain after all, Chang Xian then asked. That'll depend on our strategic needs. We won't arrange anything for the drama, Chen Guo informed him seriously. Damn it, what's with that serious attitude? That guy told you to say that, didn't he? Chang Xian looked around subconsciously, as if someone in the internet cafe had somehow sent her a telepathic message. Little Chang, sit for a while and make yourself comfortable. I have to go out to get some supplies, Chen Guo then said. Chang Xian nodded helplessly. See, that was Happy's boss. She never acted like a big shot or anything. Chang Xian watched as Chen Guo left the internet cafe and then went into a random tobacco shop, coming out with a carton of cigarettes not long later. So she was getting cigarettes for Ye Xiu and Wei Chen. Chang Xian was familiar enough with Happy to immediately come to the conclusion. Little Chang, sorry to have to ask you to wait a little longer. I have to take this up. Chen Guo returned, waving the cigarettes at him and then going upstairs. They were too familiar. Chang Xian's mental tears were like a relentless waterfall. They were so familiar with each other that they didn't think of him as an outsider anymore. Originally, this would be a great relationship to have. Getting so friendly with a team would be a great convenience for any team reporter. However, Chang Xian knew that he was too close with Happy now. They were close to the point where he felt rather ashamed to pry into their preparations, like he was desecrating the shrine of their friendship. He really hadn't been very good at drawing the line between professionalism and friendship. It was a little too late now for him to realize this. After a moment, Chen Guo came back down and began chatting casually with Chang Xian as she went through the bookkeeping for the internet cafe. Happy's boss believed that all the regular season awards should belong to Happy. This was what Chang Xian got from their chat. However, was this something he could write into an article? Was it? This was just teasing between friends. Of course it wasn't something he could write. What was he to do? The weekly esports issue was going to be a special on the Glory League playoffs. This issue before the matches began was meant to be about the preparations for each team. How was he going to write up an article on Happy? Namiumi TL Note Jui. In China, fan culture is diverse, and people have gone as far as to label different fans. For example, I've used one true fan for Chinese letter, literally, true love fan. Taking inspiration from Op/3, one true pair threesome, etc., to mean a fan that feels sincere loyalty and love for their team idol and is willing to follow them and help them, but generally keeps a clear head. You also have rabid, brainless fans, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, which has come up before in the novel. Chapter 1385, Playoff Special Issue. Chapter 1385, Playoff Special Issue. Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami Chang Xian was worrying over the fact that he might not be able to complete his assigned task. Professionally speaking, the blame was partly on Happy for not being reliable. Other teams, for example Blue Rain, were also in closed training and weren't taking interviews, but they had their own public relations team working to provide their reporters with something to report, allowing them to deal with their own work responsibilities. As for Happy, in a single year, they had the core of the team down, but they didn't have a club system that could deal with all their issues like Blue Rain did. Public relations. Happy didn't have anything of the sort. Chen Guo didn't have enough experience, while Ye Xiu put everything he had into overseeing his team members' growth, their strategic arrangements, improvement of their equipment, accumulation of stored materials. However, he didn't care about things like dealing with the media that had no direct influence of their team's strength. The others wouldn't notice this sort of thing either, so Team Happy really had no understanding of this whatsoever. Chang Xian once again returned empty-handed. Some of Happy's regulars were now looking at him weirdly. He had heard them mumbling once and almost coughed blood. With him running over to Happy so often and constantly hanging around Chen Guo, he no longer seemed so innocent. In the eyes of outsiders, he seemed like a shameless pretty boy who refused to stop clinging to Chen Guo. Chang Xian felt like crying himself to death. When he went back and checked their esports home reporters group chat, the other team reporters responsible for the playoffs issue had plenty of material to go on, and even the City G reporter responsible for Blue Rain had a draft that Blue Rain had provided. All he had to do was add some of his own opinions and then he'd be good to go for Blue Rain. As for him, this time, he'd better not think of distinguishing himself from everyone else. If he could even get anything in, he'd be content. Chang Xian could feel his anxiety rising. He pulled on his hair, he couldn't sleep. He didn't bother hoping for an article draft like Blue Rain had given because he knew very clearly that Happy didn't have anyone to deal with that sort of thing. He couldn't place his hopes on the players. They didn't have the time. Apart from that, Boss Chang Xian felt cold sweat on his head just thinking about it. His impression of Chen Guo was the furthest it could be from writing this sort of thing. There was nothing for it. He could only rely on himself. He'll just make it up. He'll show it to them afterwards to make sure it was okay. Helpless, Chang Xian could only write up draft himself. After struggling over it for 2 days, he went back to Happy with a slight hope that he might be able to meet one of their players, only be crushed when he saw Chen Guo downstairs again. Sister Chen, Chang Xian greeted. Back again. Chen Guo greeted him, but why did that again sound so piercing? Looking around the internet cafe, there were quite a few looks of disdain directed at him that were quickly retracted and fixated to computer screens when they noticed Chang Xian looking over. I drafted this article on Happy for the playoffs issue. Have a look, how is it? Chang Xian weakly handed over his substanceless article draft, which had no sources but himself to take from. Oh, all right. Chen Guo accepted it and looked through it carefully, which made Chang Xian feel marginally better. Little Chang, this article is just full of slogans. There's no substance to it, Chen Guo said. Chang Xian felt the tears start again. Of course there wasn't any substance. You always block me at the internet cafe and never let me interview the players or leak any information to me. Where would I get any substance from? Chang Xian felt chagrined to the point of speechlessness. Seeing this, Chen Guo wasn't completely clueless as to why. Just now I was just speaking from the point of a reader. It's actually pretty good, go ahead and publish it, Chen Guo said. "Sister Chen, can't you give me something to write about?" Chang Xian asked. "There really isn't much I can give you. We Happy only have so much to our name, you know that. And because of this we have to fully utilize all the time we're given and improve as much as possible in this week," Chen Guo replied. "Stop trying to fool me, Sister Chen. I know you guys have a trick up your sleeves." "I can tell," Chang Xian said. "Ha ha. Of course we have something, but we can't say anything about it. Otherwise, how are we going to surprise everyone?" Chen Guo said. "All right," Chang Xian nodded. Chen Guo had personally admitted that they had an ace up the sleeve, and that could probably count as something with substance he could write about. As for not knowing the specifics to their ace up the sleeve, that was reasonable. If a team really revealed all the tricks and strategies they were going to use to deal with their opponents, then everyone would probably be suspicious that they were doing it on purpose to fuck with their opponents. Chang Xian was pretty skilled at his job, and upon hearing of this information, the gears were already turning in his head, figuring out how he could use this. Soon enough, the weekly esports special playoffs issue started publishing. The pre-match articles were, naturally, about predictions and hopes for each team in the playoffs. Apart from articles from the assigned reporters of each team, Esports Home had also invited renowned glory analysts to write about their views of the playoffs. For example, famous guest commentator Li Yibo. His special column was of the same style as his commentating this season, careful and cautious, not daring to make predictions. Li Yibo's section was like a replay. He brought up all the most spectacular moments of the regular season. Of course, he had been a commentator for all these matches, and his rehash of the events were lifelike and clear. Then, he went on to explain what strengths and flaws each team had in his opinions, before bringing his article to a close with best wishes to all the teams. Renowned analyst Chazai Oxia had announced that he was a brainless fan of Happy's long ago, and had supported Happy plenty throughout the season. However, Chazai Oxia's brainless fan comment was just a simple joke. He merely looked more highly upon Happy and thought them more interesting. He merely spent more effort on uncovering Happy's strengths. His praises for Happy were methodical and logical, unlike those Happy haters with Ryu and Cheng at their head. They were really brainless crazies and pretty much beyond saving with their delusional talk. In Chazai Oxia's column, he had continued to express his love for Happy, and in his analysis for the 8 playoffs teams, Happy took up 70% while the other 7 teams took up the other 30%. The editorial department had mixed opinions on if they should invite Zhuo Chenrui to write a section or not, because this guy was a real brainless maniac when it came to what he loved and what he hated. It would be natural that anything he wrote would lack objectivity. In the end, the editorial department decided to try and get Zhuo Chenrui to write a piece not about Blue Rain and Tiny Herb. In the end, they were resolutely rejected by Zhuo Chenrui. Others, like Ryu and Cheng, only wrote for Esports Times, so even Esports Home wanted them, they wouldn't be able to invite them. They had gotten plenty of long and eloquent pieces. Apart from these renowned analysts, they also had a few by pro players, some retired, some still going. The players of the 8 playoffs teams naturally didn't have any time for it, but the players of other teams were already on summer break. The media usually invited renowned gods to write for them. This time, they had managed to invite Void's Li Xiu, Misty Rain's Chu Yunxiu, and Royal Styles Tian Sen. The 3 had more or less recovered from their disappointment of this season, and had their popcorn prepared for the show ahead. They each had different views on how the playoffs would go. Li Xiu had his bets set on Samsara. This was the most mainstream opinion. There wasn't much more to it. Chu Yunxiu, on the other hand, was rooting for Happy, and she directly admitted that the main reason was because her good friend was in Happy. Of course, afterwards, she also went and discussed Happy's strengths and flaws from a competitive perspective. As for Tian Sen, he had his eyes set on tyranny. He thought that, after holding back for a season, they would meet the playoffs with explosive force. Royal Style, once at the top, was heading towards ruin, and Tiansen deeply felt that forlorn feeling of feeling himself wither away. Tyranny's veterans were, no doubt, currently experiencing this stage of life. Though Tiansen was in his prime as a pro player, he had the same feeling as he watched them. His hopes in them was more like well wishes. The esports weekly issue was comprised of these contents. Afterwards, the reporters they had sent provided more into each of the 8 teams. Apart from Blue Rain and Happy, the other 6 had managed to interview the team players and had plenty of material. Blue Rain's club had provided a draft, and the reporter had, naturally, built off of that. Happy's was a little worse. Chang Xian had more or less written a draft for Happy, and then used what little he had gotten from Chen Guo to expand. Yet in the end, the 6 that had managed to interview the team players all seemed rather plain and boring. The severe atmosphere of the playoffs seemed to have already enveloped them. Though they had personally faced the media, the players of those 6 teams had barely said anything of substance. Blue Rain had provided a draft, so that was even worse. In the end, it was Chang Xian's piece on Happy that was most authentic, stating how boss Chen Guo herself had personally admitted that Happy had an ace up the sleeve for the playoffs. What was this ace up the sleeve? This was what Chang Xian had focused on. Chang Xian's guesses weren't important. After all, anyone could try and guess. Thus, what ace up the sleeve Happy had became the biggest discussion of the issue. Some guessed that it was a new strategy, some guessed that it was a new and never-before-seen team formation, and some guessed that it was secret weapon in the form of equipment. Either way, there was a limited amount that could be talked about and all sorts of guesses were flying around. What do you think? Team Blue Rain, Huang Xiaoshan asked Yu Wenzhou as he set down his newspaper. They were going to be Happy's opponents soon, so they were naturally rather concerned about this. After he asked, Huang Xiaoshan didn't bother waiting for Yu Wenzhou to answer, immediately expressing his own opinion. With that guy present, I bet that this is just a smokescreen. Really? I don't think so. Yu Wenzhou held a newspaper in hand, too. His gaze didn't leave the page as he listened to Huang Xiaoshan talk. They probably have some sort of trick or ace. If they didn't have anything, then this smokescreen would be rather pointless. Happy's members aren't that immature, Yu Wenzhou continued. Then what is it? Huang Xiaoshan was confused. Don't think. If you think about it, then you'll have fallen for the trap. Yu Wenzhou set the newspaper down as he spoke. Just pretend you haven't seen it. I'll do my best. Huang Xiaoshan didn't sound very confident. Chapter 1386 Complimentary Chapter 1386 Complimentary Translator Namyumi Editor Namyumi, was this a smokescreen of Happy's or not? The players were curious and the debate raged on. However, apart from Blue Rain, the other teams didn't concern themselves with it. What tricks did Happy have up their sleeve? Either way, Blue Rain was their lab rat. Once they fought with Blue Rain, then everything would be revealed. It wasn't like the other teams were gonna meet Happy first round, so why should they care? All the teams were working hard to prepare to take down their respective opponents. On the dawn of the war, everything was quiet. There was no more news or rumors flying about, just each team silently preparing for that fateful moment. June 14th, the opening match of much-anticipated playoffs began. City K, at 100 Blossoms home stadium, 100 Blossoms captain Yu Feng had arrived, alone and too early. He stood in the middle of the field. Here was exactly here the projections would be, where the characters would tear at one another for victory. Yu Feng looked up, gazing at the high-end projection technology. Here he was, once more. Yu Feng looked around the venue. It had been 2 years since he had came to 100 Blossoms, and this was the second time he had stood on the stage of 100 Blossoms' playoffs journey. Last year their opponent had been Tyranny, and he had personally seen the attitude 100 Blossoms fans had towards Zhang Jiao. It looked like hate, but was this hate not born from love? In the end, it was because Zhang Jiao was important to them. Yu Feng hoped to gain such importance, so he always did his best at 100 Blossoms, and he hoped to bring 100 Blossoms something they had never had before: the championship. Yu Feng had won the championships before, and this made him far more fortunate than many of the other players in their circle. However, that championship bore too many marks from other people. He wasn't primary in that championship. Yu Feng hoped to have a championship that, when people thought of it, they would immediately think of his name. That was why he stood here and mercilessly abandoned the team he once loved so deeply, Blue Rain. Because of that brainless fan of Blue Rain's, Zhu Chenrui, had dragged his name through the mud and stomped on it, but Yu Feng merely smiled and dismissed it. In the face of what he pursued, none of this was important. The world was fair. If he wanted to gain something, then he would have to lose something. This was, more or less, the basis of the principle of equivalent exchange. This was what he had done, and wasn't this also what 100 Blossoms ex-captain Zhang Jiao had done? Of course, him and Blue Rain weren't like Zhang Jiao and 100 Blossoms, and this was one of the reasons he had come to 100 Blossoms. Yu Feng had even, embarrassingly enough, had a dream where after he left Blue Rain and joined 100 Blossoms, Blue Rain's fans treated him the same way 100 Blossoms had treated Zhang Jiao. That wasn't any sort of great situation to be in, and Zhang Jiao's pain was plain to see, but Yu Feng envied him. That was exactly what he sought after all, to be seen as important. He knew that his position in their hearts couldn't compare to Zhang Jiao, and probably even fell short of their previous berserker Sun Zhiping, but Yu Feng had confidence because he was already completely a part of 100 Blossoms. He believed that his efforts would be seen by 100 Blossoms fans, and now, what he had to do was charge through this first stage. Samsara, the strongest team in the eyes of countless. In this matchup, the online polls had 81% of people with their bets on Samsara, an overwhelming advantage. But what was funny was that in the regular season when the two teams faced off, 100 Blossoms had won 7-3 once and then lost 4-6 last time. If you added the scores, 100 Blossoms was in the lead 11-9. From this, it could be seen that sometimes statistics really meant nothing. Who would think that they were stronger than Samsara just from the advantage from these two matches between them? None, practically none at all. The 19% support that 100 Blossoms had probably wasn't because anyone thought them stronger, but just that they could win. Strong and weak, victory and defeat, there was never any certainty in it. Being stronger would increase your chances, but it was never 100%. And so long as it wasn't 100%, then there would always be a chance for a different ending. Even if it was 1 in a million, it was still a possibility. Right now, it seemed that the general populace believed that 100 Blossoms only had a 19% of victory. Then let this 19% become reality. Yu Feng took a deep breath and glanced at the time. It was still early, nowhere near 8:30 p.m. After taking a walk across the competition stage, he decided to leave, but that was when he saw Zhu Yuan. This teammate of his had also come to the stadium and was ascending the stairs to the stage. "You came too?" Yu Feng asked. Though the two were rather far away from each other, there was no one in the stadium, making it completely silent. Yu Feng barely had to raise his voice to hear it echo throughout the stadium. "Yeah, I came to get a feel for the atmosphere ahead of time," Zhu Yuan replied. "Get a feel?" How? Yu Feng looked behind him. There was not a single person in the stadium. It was dead silent. "I'm going to put my imagination to the test, as exaggerated as possible. That way when the time comes, I'll just think to myself, so that's it. Then I won't feel the pressure anymore," Zhu Yuan said. Yu Feng laughed. The pressure the team had suddenly piled on top of his teammate had nearly driven his teammate crazy. He was probably thinking of that time as a way to alleviate the match pressure. He looked towards Zhu Yuan, who stood at the edge of the stage staring at the empty spectator seats. Suddenly, Zhu Yuan shut his eyes and opened his arms, focusing on his method of relieving the pressure he felt. Yu Feng didn't utter a sound. He simply watched him quietly, not even taking a step. A short while later, he saw Zhu Yuan retract his arms, open his eyes, look at him, and chuckle. Done. Done. Would you like to try? Zhu Yuan asked. Me? Nah, it doesn't suit me. If the crowd isn't as spirited as I imagine, I'd probably be disappointed, Yu Feng said. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Haha, true, you're different than me. Zhu Yuan sighed. Yes, the two were different, not alike in the slightest. The pressure that Zhu Yuan had nearly gone mad from was exactly what Yu Feng had always hoped to have. Zhu Yuan feared that pressure, but Yu Feng enjoyed it. When Yu Feng came to 100 Blossoms, Zhu Yuan didn't hesitate to hand over his responsibilities as the core player and the captain to Yu Feng. After the pressure onto him lessened, Zhu Yuan worked hard to learn those responsibilities, to seize the good fortune that had been forced onto him. His efforts gradually paid off, but he didn't regret his decision of giving up his core position. In the end, he couldn't change his personality. The roles with the most pressure, captain and core player, were far more suited for Yu Feng, who would certainly do better at them than he could. How fun! Zhu Yuan couldn't help but think to himself sometimes. The two of them were opposites, yet they had ended up becoming teammates and partners. Was it because they were different that it was easy for them to complement each other? In this season's evaluations for best partners, the two had earned high marks. Is it the revival of Blood and Blossoms? Zhu Yuan remembered the target the club had initially given the two of them. Now it looked like they would just have to make do. Blood and Blossoms required a quick, connected playstyle. It wasn't as simple as just having the technical portions down. The personalities of the players mattered too. Unfortunately, Yu Feng was no Sun Jiping, and he was no Zhang Jiao. The two were unable to recreate the former Blood and Blossoms. In the end, they created a style that belonged to only them, a different partnership between Berserker and Spitfire. This was the so-called passing of time. The past was the past. Trying to force a recreation would always lack a certain flavor. What people reminisced wasn't really Blood and Blossoms, but rather the feelings they first felt seeing Blood and Blossoms. Those feelings could never be replicated because a first was a first. The next time would never be the first but the second. Our own style, Zhu Yuan thought to himself. In the beginning, when Zhang Jiao's dazzling blossoms had been left with him, he had been terrified. The team called for him to succeed Zhang Jiao's position, so he studied Zhang Jiao like his life depended on it, to the point that he had almost started copying Zhang Jiao's habits. But what was the result? He wasn't able to do it as well as the real Zhang Jiao. He couldn't bear the pressure. That season, 100 Blossoms had relied on the rising Tang Hao to carry them, while he as the core studied and copied Zhang Jiao, throwing the team out of the season. Afterwards, he knew that he couldn't continue on like this. He needed to find a path that would let him survive. As a result, he was very grateful the moment Yu Feng joined the team. Yu Feng had taken that burden off his shoulders, letting him find his own path without any pressure. Sure enough, they were a good pair. Zhu Yuan recalled the idea of being complementary that he had just thought of. Then next on the list is winning together. Zhu Yuan was just about to say something when he heard a loud commotion. He and Yu Feng turned their heads towards the other side of the stadium, where a group of people were pouring into the stadium. Samsara. It was Team Samsara. Team Samsara's members were all present. As soon as they entered, they saw Yu Feng and Zhu Yuan standing on the stage. Their footsteps didn't stop because of this, though, as they walked onto the stage. Yu Feng checked the time and knew that Samsara was here to warm up too. The away team would often come ahead of time to familiarize themselves with the new environment. It was the playoffs right now. Samsara definitely wasn't going to miss even the slightest detail that could give them an advantage. It's 100 Blossoms 2 leaders. As everyone knew, Samsara's captain Zhou Zekai rarely took the initiative to greet others. The one to greet Yu Feng and Zhu Yuan was Samsara's vice-captain, Jiang Badao. "Yup, you guys are here to warm up," Yu Feng responded. He wasn't a stranger to Jiang Badao. Their generation of players had an intimacy from growing up as rookies together. Team Samsara had been formed from Season 5, Season 6, and Season 7 players. Many of them were of the same generation as Yu Feng. For example, the All-Stars Jiang Batao and Lu Boyuan had debuted in Season 6 just like him. Yu Feng had undoubtedly been the most eye-catching. That season, he had won both the title Best Rookie and the championship title with Team Blue Rain. Yu Feng's rookie season had been perfect. The only other one to have garnered such achievements in his first year in the Alliance was Team Tyranny's Zhang Xinji. Even so, it didn't change one point. Their group of Season 6 rookies had all played supporting roles in their respective teams. The one to break through that fate was Yu Feng. He had joined Blue Rain and came to 100 Blossoms, becoming the first among the Season 6 rookies to assume a core position. Chapter 1387. First Match. Chapter 1387. First Match. Translator. Namiyami. Editor. Namiyami. There were 4 players who debuted in Season 6 and went on to becoming All-Stars: Yu Feng, Su Bin, Lu Boyuan, and Jiang Batao. Apart from Yu Feng, the other 3 were not core members of their respective team. If even these All-Stars were like so, then the other rookies of that generation were even less important. The Season 4 rookies were nicknamed the Golden Generation. On the other hand, these Season 6 rookies were nicknamed the Helper Squad because of these coincidental happenings. The name pointed at how the Season 6 rookies all held support roles in their respective teams. The title was just for fun. No one would actually take these words to heart. But still, now that Yu Feng had become the core of 100 Blossoms, the name Helper Squad no longer had the same impact as before. The Season 6 players all joked that Yu Feng had let them down. They were joking, of course. Even if Yu Feng became his team's core player, so what? Jiang Batao and Lu Boyuan were still members of the Helper Squad, but they stood besides Zhou Zekai, forming the formidable Team Samsara. The Helper Squad had helped win the Team 2 championships back-to-back. Yu Feng didn't envy them, though. Champions. He had already become the champion once. What he wanted was to win the championships not just with the status of a Helper Squad member. That was his personal goal. He didn't care about denying being a part of the Helper Squad. "We're not bothering you guys, are we?" Jiang Batao continued to chat with him. This social player could make friends with anyone, even when the 2 parties were irreconcilable adversaries. But for old players, though their attitudes on stage were very professional, none of them ever showed anger to each other off the stage. "No problem, you guys go ahead. We'll stop bothering you," Yu Feng said. Even though both sides could maintain professional relationships on stage, in this sort of life and death battle, they were unlikely to happily chat around under such a tense atmosphere. "Take care," Jiang Batao said as he watched Yu Feng and Zhu Yuan leave the stage together. Samsara's other players didn't regard their encounter as anything serious, and everyone quickly started warming up. At 8 p.m., no seats in the stadium were empty. For the playoffs, each match was crucial. Thus, playoff matches were much more watched than regular season matches. The stadium had seats specifically for the away game fans as usual, and Samsara's loyal fans already had their slogan hanging down. The words "two-time champions" were the most important. After all, 3-time champions had yet to happen, and it wouldn't be good to call it too early as their slogan. It could be something that they could yell as a good luck blessing throughout the entire tournament, though. The two teams finally entered the stadium. The entrance ceremony wasn't any different than the ones in the regular season. As 100 Blossoms' home stadium, the cheers and claps for them were louder. Although Samsara was the defending champions and the current most popular team, it was still their playoff opponent's home stadium. The fate of the noise from Samsara fans could only be obliteration. Any team that made it to the playoffs were inevitably popular teams. The broadcast wasn't going to miss out on any playoffs match. The commentators were once again Pan Lin and Li Yibo, the signature duo. The broadcast team had originally wanted it to be a tri-cast like the Happy vs. Tiny Herb match. In that match, the program had invited a guest commentator, and since many players wouldn't be participating in the playoffs, the program wanted to invite a well-known player. For this match, the program had thought of a brilliant figure, Sun Yiping. He was a former 100 Blossoms player, and he would certainly have a lot of things to say as a guest commentator. But when the program sent an invitation to Sun Yiping, they didn't think he would actually refuse. As soon as they approached him, the door was shut. Their morale had dropped considerably. During that time, they failed to find any other suitable players. In the end, it was still Pan Lin and Li Yibo duo casting for the first match of playoffs. After introducing the players on both sides, the two looked for things to say as they waited for the match to officially start. These two teams encountered each other in the final round of the regular season. Just another week later and they're back at it again, Pan Lin said. With it being a back-to-back match, these two teams must have a deep understanding of each other by now. In this situation, none of them have any secrets. The winner will be decided by how each team is able to execute their plans and adapt to their opponent's plays, Li Yibo said. From the regular season records, 100 Blossoms actually has an 11-9 advantage. However, in the online poll before the playoffs, 81% of players thought Samsara would win, Pan Lin said. It looks like Samsara's outstanding performance this season has helped them earn quite a bit of support and confidence from players, Li Yibo said. I wonder how this match will turn out, Pan Lin wondered expectantly. Hey, you guys aren't going to watch the match. At Team Happy's meeting room, Chen Guo was keeping the TV under her watch. She saw that the match was about to begin, yet no one was coming over. She rushed out of the meeting room baffled and found everyone focusing on their own computers. Of course we will, but not now, Ye Xiu said. Then when? Chen Guo was puzzled. We'll watch the VODs, Ye Xiu said. Chen Guo understood now. Ye Xiu and the others wouldn't be watching to see who would win, or for fun. They would be watching it for the information, so a live broadcast wouldn't be as helpful to them as a VOD. Since no one would be watching, Chen Guo found it boring to watch it alone. Normally, the playoffs was a time when even players who weren't fans of the participating teams would watch excitedly. However, the current Chen Guo was no longer a pure glory fan. She needed to consider Team Happy as her first priority for most things. As a result, after hearing Ye Xiu's explanation, she realized that this match wasn't just a brilliant show but precious information. Thus, watching the VODs would be better. A bout of shouting could occasionally be heard from the first floor of the internet cafe. Happy Internet Cafe's match broadcasting tradition never went away. The playoff matches would obviously be played. Chen Guo gently closed the door to the practice room, so Ye Xiu and the other could continue practicing in peace. Bang! Just when she closed the door, she heard a loud noise from behind her. She turned around and saw that it was their guild department's Wu Chen. He looked towards the meeting room. From the not-yet-closed door, he could see the match playing on the projection screen. However, there didn't seem to be anyone there, and Chen Guo had just gently closed the door. They're not going to watch, Wu Chen said. They'll be watching the VOD, Chen Guo said. Oh, the former pro player Wu Chen immediately understood. Everyone's really working hard, Wu Chen sighed. Yup, Chen Guo nodded her head. At this moment another shout came from down below. Chen Guo couldn't help but look towards the meeting room. Boss, you're not going to watch either? Wu Chen asked. I'll be watching. Chen Guo nodded her head. In the end she was still curious. Samsara, 100 Blossoms, who would win? Who would be Happy's next opponent? If they wanted a better chance to win the championships, then it would be better if Samsara was eliminated early. No. Chen Guo and Wu Chen went into the meeting room together. The players on both sides had entered the stage. The climax before the match had ended, and the floor downstairs had quieted down. Pan Lin and Li Yibo were still chattering non-stop. There clearly wasn't going to be any high points until the match finally started. Thump. Chen Guo heard a noise from behind her. When she looked back, it was Guan Rongfei. He had somehow sneaked in without a sound and found a seat to sit at. So I'll be watching the match together with these two today. Chen Guo smiled. It had never happened before. When the match finally began, Chen Guo, Wu Chen, and Guan Rongfei quietly watched the match. Who won? Happy had a good work rest schedule down, and it could not be broken in such a crucial moment like playoffs. When it was around 10 p.m., everyone came out of the practice room and watched the broadcast of the match that had ended not too long ago. They went over and asked about it. Samsara, Chen Guo told them the results. She had hoped 100 Blossoms would make the upset. Because she had wanted it, the match had been more stressful all the way until the end. In their home game, 100 Blossoms odd lost the group arena and team competition to Samsara. Points? Ye Xiu asked. 11-7. Chen Guo said. The playoffs tournament format was based on head count. Samsara had won the group arena and team competition, so they won the full 11 points. 100 Blossoms had lasted until the last matchup in the group arena, so they took 4 points. However, they suffered a large defeat in the team competition, only taking down 3 of Samsara's players, ending with 7 points total. Oh, Ye Xiu nodded his head. It seemed to only be a 4-point difference, but from the competitive format, it could be considered a crushing defeat. Lasting until the last matchup of the group arena meant they were equally matched in that area, but losing the team competition with a 3-person deficit was a huge loss. Let's analyze the match tomorrow, Ye Xiu said. 100 Blossoms home stadium. The audience members had left. The post-match press conference had ended too. Only the janitors were left in the stadium. Yu Feng once again returned to the stadium onto the stage. We lost. They had tried their hardest, yet they still lost. In the regular season, Samsara had been so fierce and aggressive, but in the playoffs they became calm and steady to the extent that they couldn't tell that they were an aggressive team at all. After winning 2 championships, this team had been thoroughly refined. In their away game in such a tense playoffs match, they could still play so calmly. 100 Blossoms had chosen to be aggressive this match, hoping to show off their power in their home game. But facing Samsara's calm display, their aggressiveness was like throwing rocks into the sea, silently stifled by their opponents. Lost. The loss wasn't regretful or resentful. The loss was so proper. It was as if it were inevitable. This sort of feeling terrified Yu Feng. Had his fighting spirit been worn away during this match? Had his unconscious already determined that 100 Blossoms could not win against Samsara? Yu Feng clenched his fist. I cannot waver. In times like these, I definitely cannot waver. Chapter 1388, each making their own preparations. Chapter 1388, each making their own preparations. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami. After the end of the first playoffs match, there was an outpouring of reviews praising Samsara's champion-like performance. As for 100 Blossoms, they hadn't made any major mistakes worthy of criticism, but it was exactly for that reason that Samsara seemed all the greater. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. The first match hadn't even been fully digested when the second match of the playoffs had arrived. Team 301 was playing their home game against Team Tyranny. Tyranny had conserved their energy all through the regular season, so how would they explode now in the playoffs? Because so many were curious about this question, this match received extra attention. But Happy needed to pay attention to this match for a bigger reason than mere curiosity. According to the playoffs bracket, if Happy eliminated Blue Rain and advanced to the semifinals, then their opponent would be the victor of 301 versus Tyranny. If everything went smoothly, then Happy would be facing one of these two teams. But on this night, Team Happy hadn't gathered together to watch the match. They weren't watching this match, nor had they watched recordings of the previous playoffs match. The next day was Happy's match, and throughout this entire day Happy's training had been focused on small adjustments and regulation. After dinner, everyone was free to do whatever they wanted. They could each use their own methods to reduce the pressure of this upcoming life-or-death match. In the meeting room, Chen Guo once again set up the projection screen to watch the match, and like before, the two who came by were Wu Chen and Guan Rongfei. The players came on stage. The match was about to begin, but Chen Guo couldn't focus. What was everyone else doing? Chen Guo really wanted to know. After dinner, everyone had split up without talking about what they were all going to do, and although she was curious, she ultimately hadn't bothered them. But to be honest, she still had some small hope that one of the players would stay with her because she was very nervous too. She wished that she could do something with someone who was going to play the match tomorrow. Has it started? At this moment, she suddenly heard Ye Xiu's voice. Huh? Chen Guo turned her head to see Ye Xiu walking through the door. You want to watch? She asked, surprised. Yeah, I have nothing to do, so I'll watch, he said, casually finding a seat and sitting down. Chen Guo looked at him and realized that's right. This guy didn't need to do anything to relieve pre-match pressure, right? To him, wasn't this all as natural as eating and sleeping? He would just do it however he was supposed to. It's just about to start, Chen Guo said. Ye Xiu might not feel any pressure, but Chen Guo was extremely nervous. Still, once Ye Xiu arrived to watch this match with her, she suddenly felt that her heart relaxed quite a bit. These guys actually know how to conserve strength, Ye Xiu mused. I do want to see what kind of match they can play now. Chen Guo of course knew to whom Ye Xiu was referring with these guys. The match began. Tyranny's first player, Lin Jingyan, 301, sent up Ye Xiu, a face-off between two fighter-class players. The final winner was Ye Xiu with a small advantage. And then Tyranny sent up their second player, the rookie Song Qiying. After defeating Ye Xiu, who'd only had a small amount of health remaining, he also defeated 301 second player Gao Zhai. This kid has a bright future, Ye Xiu said, giving his judgment of Song Qiying. Even though he lost the Best Rookie award to Tang Ru, that was largely because he was in a well-established team like Tyranny, and as a rookie, he hadn't had as many chances to play in real matches like Tang Ru had. If not for Tyranny's 3 old generals rotating out this season, Song Qiying might have had even fewer chances on stage. If Song Qiying had had the same chances as Tang Ru, or if he had been used by Tyranny like Lu Hanwen last season, maybe he would have posed a threat to Tang Ru in the contest for Best Rookie. With a personality very similar to that of Zhang Xinji, even though he was young, he gave people the impression of being extremely reliable. But after defeating Gao Zhai, Song Qiying was very quickly sent off by 301's third player Qian Wenju. Then, Tyranny's Zhang Jiao went in and defeated Qian Wenju. 301's Yang Kong came up, but in the end he too died in Zhang Jiao's brilliant 100 Blossoms display. These guys are in pretty good condition today, Ye Xiu said. Qian Wenju had dealt a good amount of health when Zhang Jiao took him down, and then Zhang Jiao had continued on to defeat Yang Kong's full health scene killer. It was practically a 1v2. After that, however, 301's group arena anchor Bai Shu came on stage. By this point, Tyranny still had 3 players left, so their advantage was clear. Zhang Jiao played a very relaxed match, and although he didn't complete a 1v3, he still did his job in whittling down Bai Shu for the next player. Tyranny's 4th player was their captain Han Wenqing, and in the end Bai Shu's tide fell to desert dust. "They all have a lot of spirit," Ye Xiu exclaimed, after seeing Tyranny take the lead in the group arena, 5-3. Next was the team competition. Tyranny finally revealed how their rhythm was different from what it had been during the regular season. In the regular season, even towards the end when they stopped rotation and come on stage together like this, the focus had still been on maintaining condition for the playoffs. There had always been worries that such rotations that prevented all 3 from being on stage together would cause their cooperation to become rusty. Reality proved that, for these generals, such concerns were unnecessary. For these experienced players, it was like riding a bicycle. Once you learned, then no matter how long you went without riding one, you would be able to pick it up again very quickly. 3 out of the 4 Tyranny old generals appeared in a match during the regular season, but when they started making their adjustments for the playoffs, they swiftly readapted to working together and didn't need much time to get used to each other again. They continued to repress their excitement and save their strength. They were waiting to unleash it at the playoffs, and now it was here. They'd restrained themselves for this season. They'd heard all sorts of comments like "these guys can't keep up anymore." But at last, Tyranny entered the playoffs and they didn't need to save their strength any longer. They'd endured this kind of talk and could now launch their powerful counterattack. Of course, however, they weren't doing this because of the talk. This was the rhythm that Tyranny had prepared for this season since the very beginning. 6-2. In the end, they won a crushing victory. 301's strategy had only been refined through half a season. Now that it had lost some of its newness, it couldn't stand up to this most experienced team in the alliance. The final score was 11-5, quite a large difference, and this had been 301's home game. 100 Blossoms, 301. They had barely clawed their way into the playoffs, only to lose their home games in the very first round. Some were delighted, some were crying. This was how all competitions were destined to end. "It looks like Tyranny will win," said Ye Xiu. 11-5, this was a large advantage. Not many people would favor 301, who would have to make a comeback on Tyranny's home field. "All right, let's head back and rest." Ye Xiu stood up and announced, as though he were about to go onto a battlefield right now. In his mind, probably, tonight's rest was a very important part of preparing for tomorrow's match. One after another, they exited the meeting room, only to see that there was still a light on in the training room. Ye Xiu casually pushed the door open and found that Mo Fan was still inside. "What are you doing?" Ye Xiu asked. "Video." Now finally Mo Fan wouldn't completely ignore people when they spoke to him. When it was a question, he would at least answer it. "Oh." Ye Xiu walked up, followed by Chen Guo. The 2 of them stood behind him and saw, "These are all videos of Blue Rain's players." Ye Xiu realized that Mo Fan was watching the performances of Blue Rain's players in the group arena. Happy, of course, had all of these match recordings, and they had organized them. Matches that were particularly worthwhile were picked out to serve as final summary data of Blue Rain. Mo Fan was watching all of Blue Rain's 1v1 battles from the regular season. And tomorrow, Mo Fan would be appearing in the group arena. Ye Xiu didn't have the habit of waiting until right before the match to announce the roster. Typically, he'd announce it the day before the match. The roster they were using against Blue Rain had been announced that morning. This round, Mo Fan would be the 2nd player in the group arena. Now, it was already the night before the match, and everyone was relaxing and adjusting their condition. Mo Fan, however, was still stubbornly studying the data on the Blue Rain players. "Don't stay up too late." Chen Guo, feeling moved, gave him a heartfelt reminder. Mo Fan didn't answer. He just nodded his head and continued watching the video intently. The few of them realized that there was no possibility of chatting with Mo Fan, so they didn't say anything else and merely left. Downstairs, the match had ended, and people should have been dispersing after watching the broadcast in Happy Internet Cafe. But right now, it seemed even more lively than it had been during the match. From the top of the stairs, Ye Xiu and the others looked down and saw that their three players, Kaio Yifan, Luo Jai and Wenyi, had been enthusiastically surrounded. "What's going on?" Chen Guo immediately ran downstairs to ask the manager. It turned out that these three youngsters had sneakily joined this crowd of gamers to enjoy the match with everyone else. But when the crowd was dispersing, they were accidentally discovered and recognized. Gamers who came to Happy Internet Cafe, did their attitude toward Team Happy even need to be mentioned? They swiftly surrounded them and sent their well wishes toward these three young players. "Hey, hey!" Chen Guo directly rushed for the POS system at the front desk of the cafe and shouted to get everyone's attention. "Let our players rest," she shouted. "Ye Xiu." In the end, everyone hollered even louder than Chen Guo. Ye Xiu hadn't taken the back door, instead walking down the steps through the internet cafe. Chen Guo's shout had attracted everyone's attention, and instantly everyone discovered this even more exciting presence. "Calm down." Ye Xiu decisively made his way to the front desk and plucked the microphone from Chen Guo's hand. "Everyone calm down. If you want to cheer us on, everyone is welcome at the stadium live tomorrow," Ye Xiu shouted. "Go Happy. Go," everyone chanted enthusiastically. They were all fairly in control, actually, because everyone knew that tomorrow was Happy's match, and no one dared harass them too much at this time. If someone was being particularly difficult, then the other gamers wouldn't accept it and would take care of the problem themselves. So, Ye Xiu's simple two shouts were enough to let everyone understand and settle down. The three youngsters extricated themselves, thanked everyone for the support, and left with Ye Xiu. Halfway back to their residence, they saw two familiar silhouettes squatting on the curb. One had cigarette smoke curling all around him, while the other was playing with what looked like a bicycle chain in his hands. The group quietly approached and heard Wei Chen telling Steamed Bun all about his glory years. "In those days, I was Blue Rain's soul and backbone, a person they could never be without," Wei Chen was saying, his face full of sadness from reflecting on the past. Chapter 1389, Everyone's Preparations. Chapter 1389, Everyone's Preparations. Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami. After uttering this pensive sentence, Wei Chen actually didn't say anything else. Everyone thought for a moment and realized that he had already spoken of the details, and this was just the concluding sentence. They'd been watching the match for over an hour now, and hadn't seen Wei Chen or Steamed Bun during that whole time. Perhaps the two of them had just been sitting here beside the road, with Wei Chen describing the shining days of his youth. "Soul, what soul? It was just 2 years." Ye Xiu came up and mercilessly exposed him. "Bullshit." Wei Chen spun around, but when he saw it was Ye Xiu, he was actually quite calm. "Without me, would there even be a Blue Rain?" Wei Chen wasn't exaggerating here. He, like Ye Xiu, entered the Glory Circle when the Professional Glory Alliance still hadn't existed yet. In the beginning, they were all simply ordinary gamers. The only way to make a living through gaming was through some transactions in-game. At the time, Ye Xiu's guild was Excellent Dynasty, but he hadn't been the one to create that guild. The person who'd created the guild at the time probably had no idea that it would lay the foundation for Club Excellent Era to establish a dynasty. At the start, Guild Excellent Dynasty was like any other in-game guild, created by an ordinary player who'd pulled together some in-game friends to make a fun group that would allow them to play together. As they played, some groups became larger and larger, and after the Glory Alliance was first established, a few of these guilds became the in-game foundation for clubs and teams. Excellent Dynasty was like this. Blue Brook Guild was like this too. What was different was that the founder of the guild Excellent Dynasty, Tao Xuan, went on to become the boss of the club it formed the basis of. For Blue Rain, there were other investors, but the foundational guild had truly been established by their first captain Wei Chen when he still played in-game. Without him, there would be no Blue Rain. This statement wasn't an exaggeration. Tomorrow, if you guys can't even beat my juniors, that would be too embarrassing, Wei Chen said, glaring at the happy players. To leave behind his old team and then have to fight them, for most people, this was a rather sad thing. But Wei Chen had taken 8 whole years to complete this process. 8 years. What feelings did he still have toward Blue Rain? Even though most of his talk about his glorious days in Blue Rain was nothing more than shameless boasting, everyone could tell from the old guy's voice how he missed the past. Did he miss his youth, or did he miss Blue Rain? No one asked further because everyone knew, no matter what attitude Wei Chen had toward the past, he was now a member of Happy and he stood clearly on Happy's side. Tomorrow, let's play well, Ye Xiu said. Let's go. Together at the side of the road, the youths cheered and hollered. Where's Fang Rui? After everyone calmed down a bit, Ye Xiu casually asked. Haven't seen that guy, Wei Chen said. Everyone had their own ways of preparing for the match, so what was this master of playing dirty doing? Everyone was curious, but no one would bother him simply out of curiosity. Upper Forest Park neighborhood. It was already somewhat late, but there were still a number of people out and about, walking dogs or simply enjoying the night air. Suma Cheng and Tang Ru sat together on a stone bench beside the road, tilting their heads to look at the sky. The weather today was really nice. How come there aren't any stars at night? Suma Cheng said. The stars are always there, but sadly there's just too much air pollution. It's not that there aren't any, it's just that we can't see them. Or it might be because the starlight is too faint and the lights from the cities are hiding their light, Tang Ru said. Yeah, it's really a shame, Suma Cheng sighed. By the way, Tang Ru suddenly said, the first time you played in the playoffs, how did you feel? The first time, I was very nervous, very worried. Worried that I couldn't do well enough, worried that I couldn't help him, said Suma Cheng. Then what about later? Tang Ru didn't ask who the him was, it was very obvious. Later it was true, I didn't do well. If I'd done better then that year Excellent Era probably would have been champions again. Han Wenqing lost to Ye Xiu 3 times in 3 playoffs. But that time he won because he gained a good helper at his side. And Ye Xiu didn't. Suma Cheng's expression became somewhat saddened. Tang Ru suddenly regretted her words. She'd forgotten that Suma Cheng had won 2nd place the first time she'd participated in the playoffs. This seemed to be a very good result, so close to the championship, but in reality it was extremely painful. That feeling of missing success by just 1 step, it was enough to make anyone collapse. Regret, self-blame, no result could provoke these feelings as much as a 2nd place almost success could. I'm sorry, said Tang Ru. Don't worry, it's a long time ago now, said Suma Cheng. Was it a long time? Tang Ru couldn't help but wonder. That time the championship had just barely slipped out of Excellent Era's grasp in the finals, and after that Excellent Era had never entered the finals again. Wouldn't Suma Cheng's sense of guilt only intensify through the years? Had she always felt that she hadn't helped Ye Xiu enough? This time we'll win for sure, Tang Ru said. Aren't you nervous? Suma Cheng asked her with a smile. I thought that I wouldn't get nervous, but now I'm realizing that's not the case, Tang Ru said. Nervousness. What was that? Up until now, the things that made most people nervous would only make Tang Ru more excited, more determined. But this time, excitement, determination, these were all there, but they weren't enough to completely dispel the nervousness. Tang Ru discovered that her heart still held a sense of fear, and she admitted this. Really? Suma Cheng continued to smile. Then that might be a good thing. You know, I always thought that you were too lacking in nervousness. Of course, it's not good to be too nervous, but to not feel nervous at all, that doesn't seem very good either. Even Ye Xiu gets nervous, Tang Ru said. Of course he's nervous. In fact, he's been extremely nervous this whole season. If not, then how could he work so hard and put his full effort into everything? Sima Cheng said. I sure couldn't tell, Tang Ru murmured. Nervousness can be turned into action. As for you, you should enjoy this rare feeling of nervousness. For you, this isn't an obstacle at all, this is nourishment, said Sima Cheng. This is the method of reducing the stress of playoffs. Change your nervousness into medicine and eat it, Tang Ru said. Is this not a good method? Sima Cheng said. It looks like that's the only way, Tang Ru said. She essentially understood Sima Cheng's meaning. Oh, you two were here this whole time. At that moment, Ye Xiu with the group of old and youth had also returned to the neighborhood. As they walked along the road, they saw the two people sitting on the stone bench. Yup. Sima Cheng and Tang Ru stood up, also prepared to return home. Now almost all of Happy had gathered here. They were just missing Mo Fan, who was still watching videos in the training room, and Fang Rui, who they still hadn't seen around. Where in the world did that Fang Rui run off to? Ye Xiu once again wondered. Him. He went to sleep, Sima Cheng said. Huh. He came back a bit after 8 and then went to sleep, said Sima Cheng. He slept at 8. Everyone exchanged glances. At 8, Ye Xiu, Kaio Yifan, and Wenyi and Luo Jai had been watching tonight's match. Wei Chen and Steamed Bun had been sitting beside the road and exchanging bragging stories. Sima Cheng and Tang Ru had been strolling through this neighborhood and chatting. And Fang Rui at that time had apparently already gone to bed. Sleeping at 8, how long is that guy planning to sleep? Wei Chen exclaimed. Is this how he's dealing with the pressure? Everyone wondered. Or maybe he's scared that he'll be too nervous to sleep, so that's why he went to bed so early, to have more time to grow tired, they continued to discuss. However, no one was so curious that they would check on whether Fang Rui was actually sleeping. This was the pattern of this night before the competition, everyone dispersing before coming back together in the end. The next morning, when Ye Xiu awoke and came downstairs, he saw none other than Fang Rui. As expected of someone who'd gone to bed at 8, he was full of energy in the living room as he read the newspaper. 301 lost pretty badly. Seeing Ye Xiu come downstairs, Fang Rui greeted him and then made this comment. In his hands was today's edition of Esports Weekly, which he had already gone out to buy this morning. Now that it was playoff season, the amount of available copies of this newspaper was rather tight, especially since they were near the area of the old Club Excellent era. If you didn't go extremely early, you might not even be able to buy a copy. Yeah, I saw the match, Ye Xiu said. Those old guys from Tyranny are still working hard, Fang Rui said. Well, of course, how could they not, said Ye Xiu. But the report said that they played kind of defensively, Fang Rui said. Their strategy has a few changes. It's no longer the fiercely fighting and charging Tyranny of before, said Ye Xiu. They're going slower, Fang Rui said. Ye Xiu nodded. They might be our next opponents. It'll be a hard fight, Fang Rui said. Two top-level players didn't need to say much. A few simple sentences was enough to understand the situation. Because Tyranny had many old veterans, from an outsider's perspective it would seem that they weren't suited for a fast tempo. Old veterans were more suited for a steady fight to maximize usage of their experience and patience as they dealt with their opponent. But Tyranny had never used such a style before. They had fiercely fought and charged for 10 years. Yet in the playoffs of this season, they slowed their pace as a whole. Tyranny hadn't just been rotating its old veterans to let them preserve their strength. They'd adjusted their strategies from the very foundation, building a new path that suited them better instead of relying on the rhythm they'd always had. Those old guys aren't the only ones becoming more fearsome, said Ye Xiu. Oh, there's also Zhang Xinji, said Ye Xiu. Him. His style always suited this sort of slow rhythm better. Just looking at playstyle, he and Tyranny don't fit at all, but because of his personality, he could force himself to adapt to tactics that didn't suit him. But now, tyranny's style is developing in the direction of his true strength. Chapter 1390, Team Protection. Chapter 1390, Team Protection. Translator, Namiyami. Editor, Namiyami. In the end, Happy only had a chance of facing tyranny if they made it through this round. It was a little too early to worry about them now. More urgently, Happy needed to focus on playing well in their match against Blue Rain. In this week, apart from familiarizing themselves with their new equipment, Happy actively prepared to face off against Blue Rain. They didn't think about anything else, preparing themselves with only Blue Rain in mind. And now, it was time to bring all of this onto the battlefield. During the regular season, Happy had twice met Blue Rain and lost rather miserably, 1-9 and 2-8. This time, what would Happy use to try and defeat Blue Rain? Today's edition of the Esports Weekly analyzed this question. Esports Weekly, which had become daily issue after the start of playoffs, had its content divided into two topics. One part would focus on the match that had just ended the day before, while the other part would analyze the upcoming match that night. The content was detailed and substantial, and the gamers loved it, but these were busy days for the media workers. From online polls, it seemed that Blue Rain was much more favored to win. About 73% of voters supported them, while only 27% were for Happy. But Happy wouldn't shrink back from such numbers. When they faced Excellent Era in the Challenger League, their support rate had been even more pathetic than this, but so what? If votes determined final results, then there wouldn't be any need for the match at all. Just give the prize after voting finished. On the day of the match, there wouldn't be any more heavy training, but the players still had to touch the computers a bit. There was no way they'd wait until the match began to start warming up after all. That afternoon, Happy's players all arrived at Happy's training room, each sitting down in front of a computer and opening Glory. Some played rather seriously, while others were more casual and relaxed. They no longer needed Ye Xiu to teach them. Warming up before a match, this was something they all had to do during the regular season, too. After going through this season, everyone knew what methods they liked to use to warm up, and so they each did their own thing. And as they steadily adjusted their condition, they watched the minutes and seconds tick by. When it was 5 o'clock, Chen Guo came over to call everyone to dinner. On match days, they generally ate earlier than usual. Right now, only 3 hours were left before the beginning of the match, and the atmosphere was incredibly heavy. Chen Guo only ate a few bites before feeling full, struggling to continue the act. In comparison, the players seemed somewhat more relaxed than her. After they ate, they dispersed to do their own thing until coming back together at 7 o'clock, when it was time to go to the stadium. Leave Happy Internet Cafe through the back door, cross the road, enter the stadium through the player passageways. Happy had walked this route for an entire season now, but never as seriously as they did now. It was as though every step they took now would affect the final result of this match. The preparation room was already ready, the air conditioning already running to bring it to a comfortable temperature. After everyone entered, they found a seat and sat down, and then they were silent. Too stifling. Chen Guo deeply felt the pressure in the air. At a time like this, she should really say something. Chen Guo looked at Ye Xiu, looked at Wei Chen. These two seniors among seniors would normally take great care in adjusting the team's attitude and atmosphere, so why weren't they saying anything now? Was it because they were also feeling suppressed by this atmosphere? Should I say something? What do I say? Good luck. Relax. There was no point in repeatedly emphasizing these sort of mottos. She should have prepared some jokes. Maybe those would have some effect right now. Chen Guo thought and thought, but she still didn't know what she should say. But at last Ye Xiu began to speak. Everyone remembers the strategies. Do I need to go over them again? Ye Xiu said. Everyone exchanged glances and silently shook their heads. No one spoke. The key is just spontaneous changes. We have a large advantage there. In terms of typing, I'm sure I can leave Yu Wenzhou behind in the dust. There were a few dry chuckles. Yu Wenzhou, as a pro player, has a completely insufficient hand speed, Ye Xiu said. But he was still able to become an all-star level player. Do you know why? Everyone shook their heads. To be honest, they weren't much in the mood for guessing things like this right now. He plays to his strengths and avoids his weaknesses, said Ye Xiu. Silly, right? Ye Xiu laughed. But this is the truth. In this alliance, there is no one better than him at doing this. This is Yu Wenzhou's style, and this is the strategic style of Team Blue Rain as a whole. Ever since their soul, the person they could never be without, their previous captain Wei Chen retired, Blue Rain has been on the rise. Fuck off! Wei Chen had to interject. Everyone laughed again, and this time it wasn't as strained as before. Since our opponent this round is Blue Rain, I advise you all to learn from our comrade Yu Wenzhou. Avoid your weaknesses and use your strengths. Every one of you fiercely place your strengths onto this battlefield for all to see. If you can do this, then you won't have a single regret left in your heart. Don't worry if it's not enough. Everyone has their lacking areas, and that's why we're a team. Where one person lacks, the other four come to bolster. This is what it is to be a team. Everyone protects their teammates' backs, and so everyone has someone at their back protecting them. So, rest assured and charge forward boldly. Happy, it's time to go on stage. Just as Ye Xiu finished speaking, a worker knocked at the door of Happy's prep room, calling them on stage. Let's go, Ye Xiu called, and everyone stood up and walked out of the prep room. Across the hallway, Blue Rain's players were also walking out of their room. The two teams each lined up in the passageway, with the two captains standing at the very front. Because the speech that Ye Xiu had just given had begun with Yu Wenzhou, Happy's members couldn't help but take extra glances at this Blue Rain captain whose hand speed wasn't up to par. Did you guess what ace we have up our sleeve? Ye Xiu, standing at the front of the line, asked Yu Wenzhou. We did not, Yu Wenzhou smiled. He hadn't even bothered to try and guess. I don't mind telling you now, said Ye Xiu. I've been waiting for this moment as well, said Yu Wenzhou. It's equipment, said Ye Xiu. Oh, your myriad manifestations umbrella isn't dragging everyone else down anymore, Yu Wenzhou said. Lord Grimm's umbrella had been level 70 for the entire season. Right now, never mind the core characters, any character with a silver weapon would definitely have their weapon upgraded first, so essentially all of them were now at level 75. For weapons, 70 was practically an extinct number. I should say that you guys will be dragging me down, Ye Xiu laughed. Would it kill you to stop bragging? At last, the person standing behind Yu Wenzhou could restrain himself no longer. Whoa, how many sentences did we say to each other just now? He actually lasted until now without opening his mouth. Must have been very difficult, huh? Ye Xiu said to Yu Wenzhou with extreme surprise. Ha ha! Yu Wenzhou could only laugh. What else could he say? Later, when you see it, try not to cry with fear, Ye Xiu turned and said to Huang Xiaoshan. Try not to cry when you lose, too, Huang Xiaoshan retorted. How could I lose? Ye Xiu said loftily. Have some shame, you already lost twice. Huang Xiaoshan was referring to the regular season. I didn't lose. At this time, Ye Xiu abandoned the team he was always talking about. If just talking about himself, he indeed hadn't lost. He had 37 consecutive wins. That was luck. Of course, Huang Xiaoshan stubbornly had to continue. How about you get lucky for me to see? I only won 37 in a row. I purposefully left one out. The record's just begging to be broken. No matter how stubborn Huang Xiaoshan was, he didn't dare take up that challenge. Fortunately, right then, the workers signaled to the two teams to begin entering. Let's go. The away team entered first, but Yu Wenzhou didn't forget to acknowledge Ye Xiu as he left, before stepping into the stadium proper. For a stadium that wasn't their home stadium, getting polite applause was good enough. Cheers and whatnot, even if their own fans had followed them here, would definitely be suppressed by the home stadium fans. How would the home fans tolerate the visitors going wild on their turf? The stadium lit up with a projection of Swaksar, who did some random movements. The chance to act cool or whatever, of course, wouldn't be given to the away team characters. It was good enough that they didn't bash them. The live announcer gave some cursory introduction for Yu Wenzhou before calling up the next on stage. Huang Xiaoshan immediately came up, and his treatment was about the same as what Yu Wenzhou received. This sort of thing was commonplace, and it happened at everyone's home stadiums. Blue Rain's players had seen the world, so of course this wouldn't bother them. One by one, the players came out and up onto the stage. And then when it was time for Happy, the sound was immediately different. The moment that Ye Xiu walked out of the passageway, the shouting and cheering instantly filled the entire stadium. In the projection, Lord Grimm displayed the many changes of the myriad manifestations umbrella, while Ye Xiu waved to the audience members on all sides. Even the amount of time that was given was different from what Blue Rain got. As for the introduction, they only wished they could describe all of his glorious accomplishments in the most extravagant way possible. One by one, Happy's players walked onto the stage, and then they shook hands and parted. Two people were left, undoubtedly the first players of the group arena, too lazy to leave and then come back. Ye Xiu, it's Ye Xiu, commentator Pan Lin was already shouting excitedly. Ye Xiu was actually Happy's first player in the group arena. It was already the playoffs, and he still wanted to go on first. Before the match, practically no one had predicted this arrangement. With Ye Xiu's unparalleled 1v1 ability, everyone logically expected that he would be fourth in the lineup. But now, he was the first one. As for Blue Rain, the first one up was the Chi Master Song Xiao. Their Mr. Clutch was thrown into first slot in the group arena. What sort of plans and hopes were behind that choice? After greeting each other, the two headed to their own competitor booths. Happy actually sent Ye Xiu as the first player in the group arena, Pan Lin marveled. This is completely unexpected. Coach Li, what do you think about this? I would think that this is mostly to boost Happy's morale. Happy has a lot of rookies after all, and this is their first time in the playoffs. The pressure is definitely high. If Ye Xiu goes first, he can get a win and raise their spirits, as well as lessen the responsibility of those after him. I think that's Happy's plan, Li Yibo said, doing his best to speculate. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com, Chapter 1391, Level 80. Chapter 1391, Level 80. Translator, Namiyami Editor. Namiyami, the two players entered their booths and their characters loaded in. The match was about to begin. That was when some sort of uproar erupted amongst the in-stadium audience, and then the live broadcast commentator Pan Lin also suddenly yelled, "No way!" What? Li Yibo was puzzled. The character loading was always the same, so he didn't pay attention. Pan Lin hesitated. Just now in the character loading screen, when it reached Lord Grimm, his equipment flashed by and Pan Lin thought that he had seen an 80 in the level section. However, it had just been flash, and he wasn't sure what he had seen exactly. The character loading screen was a fixed shot. There wouldn't be any special shots. Thus, Pan Lin didn't say anything, just hurriedly asking the cameraman to display Lord Grimm's equipment as soon as they entered the match. The uproar that had briefly occurred at Happy's home stadium was also because some people had seen level 80 on Lord Grimm's equipment. Just one or two people, then it might just be that they misread. But then those people who thought they misread realized that quite a few people were misreading today. The characters loaded in quickly, and before the audience had figured out what was going on, it had finished and the characters spawned on the map, symbolizing the start of the match. The live broadcast immediately displayed Lord Grimm's equipment. Boom! The audience exploded. This time the entire audience could clear see it, equipment level 80, And it wasn't just for one piece of equipment either. Weapon, myriad manifestations, umbrella, top, dissonant soul armor, shoes, cloud breaker boots, belt, chain lightning belt, cape, civil dawn, badge, sky splitter, right ring, hurricane. Of Lord Grimm's equipment, these 7 pieces of silver equipment were level 80. Lord Grimm has level 80 equipment equipped. What's going on? This time Pan Lin could see it clearly and didn't have to suspect that he had gotten it wrong, meaning that he was free to yell about it. Li Yibo was also completely struck dumb. Level 80 equipment, what the hell? There was no need to even mention the audience. The stadium was naturally a cacophony of confusion. Everyone was first shocked into speechlessness, then they exploded into discussion. Even the referee wasn't spared. When he saw the level 80 equipment, his brain practically short-circuited. Then, his first thought after that was to wonder if something had gone wrong with the system. Did they need to pause the match? Then, Blue Rain's players were also stunned upon seeing the level 80 equipment. Level 80 equipment. What's going on? Huang Xiaoshan expressed his bewilderment. Though it wasn't to the point where he would cry from fear, he had to admit that the Ye Xiu had truly managed to shock them this time. Yu Wenzhou clearly hadn't been expecting that improvements to their equipment would be a level increase to 80. However, after a moment of shock, he began to organize his thoughts. Is it a system error? The other members of Blue Rain all wondered. However, Yu Wenzhou didn't think so. The equipment and system would all be checked before the match to make sure that the match would go smoothly. It wasn't like there hadn't been small errors with the hardware before, but errors in data hadn't occurred once since the start of the alliance, so why now? The characters are level 75, that's for certain. Yu Wenzhou took his mind off of those incidents and began to analyze this logically. For level 75 characters to equip level 80 equipment, then there must be a level requirement -5 stat on the equipment. Yu Wenzhou swiftly thought of this. However, how they created these pieces of level 80 equipment is a complete mystery. Of course, Yu Wenzhou wouldn't know. If he did, then Blue Rain would have level 80 equipment too. Happy's R&D is that skilled, Huang Xiaoshan exclaimed in shock. Level 80 equipment was enough to leave all the powerhouses in the dust. Discussion had erupted everywhere. After Yu Wenzhou, commentators Pan Lin and Li Yibo soon figured out that these pieces of level 80 equipment had a level requirement -5 stat, making them usable, which was relatively obvious. However, after that, no one could say how Happy managed to create level 80 equipment under a level 75 level limit. So this is the ace that Happy had prepared for the playoffs, Pan Lin exclaimed in the broadcast. Level 80 equipment. How? The match continued. After confirming that nothing had gone wrong with the software or hardware, he didn't have a reason to pause it. Currently, Song Zio on the field had also found out that his opponent had level 80 equipment and was naturally shocked. Afraid yet? Ye Xiu asked. Even so, it doesn't mean that I can back down, Song Zio replied. As expected of the most renowned clutch player of the Alliance, Mr. Clutch. Against Ye Xiu, who had won 37 consecutive individual matches this season, against this shocking reveal of level 80 equipment, Song Zio expressed his shock but soon calmed. Afraid? Back down, he was just joking around. In reality, he was treating this like any other match, focused on taking victory. Let's go then, Ye Xiu called out, and then the two charged forwards. The group arena map choice naturally couldn't only consider Ye Xiu's needs. A clean, simple map would be great for him and Tang Ru, but for those like Fang Rui who relied on dirty play, then it would be a huge trouble. Thus, the group arena map had to make sure to take care of everyone's needs, so it'd usually contain a variety of terrains. However, it didn't seem like either of the two participants had any intentions to use the terrain. The two were heading directly for the center. Just as they were about to meet, with everyone eagerly anticipating how this level 80 equipment would perform spectacularly. Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm suddenly swerved. Ye Xiu, having maintained a straightforward and brute force style for 37 rounds, suddenly decided to switch to being strategic in the first one-on-one match of the playoffs. Ye Xiu has decided against a frontal confrontation, Pan Lin noted. A wise choice, Li Yibo commented. The group arena is different from individual matches. One must defeat their opponent with minimal cost to oneself, so, if possible, it's better to use the environment and play strategically. Brute force styles aren't actually the most suited to group arenas. In individual matches, their victories will be victories no matter if they take down an opponent with great cost, or if they manage to take down an opponent without losing a drop of health. However, in the group arena, these two results are completely different. But many teams still have brute force style players in their group arena lineup. It doesn't seem like anyone avoids having them play in the group arena, Pan Lin brought up. Brute force is a style that players use, but it's not set in stone. In the group arena, brute force style players can play a little more wisely. Like Ye Xiu, for the individual competitions, he kept a brute force style, but now with the group arena, he's decided to be a little more flexible, Li Yibo said. But some players seem to stick with using brute force even in the group arena, Pan Lin argued. Yep. After all, everything has its exceptions. Different situations will require different attitudes, Li Yibo said. The two stopped their conversation there. Currently, Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm had swerved left, heading towards Song Zio's right flank. However, since Ye Xiu only swerved after the two had seen each other, Song Zio knew exactly where Lord Grimm had gone and was already keeping an eye on that side. Ye Xiu didn't act like many dirty play pros did, hiding away and waiting for a chance. From an opening on that side, Lord Grimm peeked around the corner and boom, 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 3 anti-tank missiles came blasting over. Song Zio had his eyes on that side and he saw Lord Grimm just as he peeked out. The 3 anti-tank missiles couldn't even count as a sneak attack, yet boom! Receding tides actually got hit by one of the missiles. The force of the explosion threw him back a few steps, but receding tides soon stabilized himself. He did it on purpose, Li Yibo immediately realized. Oh, he's testing Lord Grimm's attack power, Li Yibo explained. Too many pieces of equipment had been changed, causing a huge shift in stats. Though the base 4 stats could still be seen, they needed experience to get an understanding of Lord Grimm's attack power. Song Zio had a good grasp on the consequences of getting hit by this attack, and at the same time, he was giving the rest of Blue Rain information. In the future, they'll continue to face Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm, so they had to hurry and collect data. Lord Grimm switched out several pieces of equipment at once, very effective. All the data that the teams collected on him during the regular season is pretty much useless now. Everything will have to start from scratch, Pan Lin mentioned. What's even more troublesome is that the myriad manifestations umbrella clearly has different stats depending on the form, Li Yibo added. Happy really has dropped quite the bomb, Pan Lin said. Right now, we just don't know if only Lord Grimm has seen such improvements or if all the characters in Happy have, Li Yibo continued. We'll know soon enough. Pan Lin seemed rather excited. After Ye Xiu let Lord Grimm attack, he hit again. Li Yibo returned to the match. Song Zio isn't rushing either. Is he trying to figure out Lord Grimm's attack power? Advisor Li, what do you think of this attack? Pan Lin asked. The attack's damage has clearly gone up, Li Yibo said. This season made him feel more and more that he was falling behind. He was preparing to do some revision and further study. Actually, it was very hard to get much from a single attack. This was something decided by both the attack power of the attacker and the defense of the target. Li Yibo was like the audience. He didn't know the actual stats of the characters, so it would be impossible to ask him to deduce much from a single strike. Team Blue Rain's members at least knew their teammates' character's defense, and they could derive the attack from the damage taken. As for the other spectators, in their eyes, there would be 100 different damage calculations from Lord Grimm fighting 100 different opponents. It would be extremely difficult to figure out Lord Grimm's actual attack power. Though Li Yibo was studying up, he couldn't figure out something so difficult in such a short time, unless a team was willing to provide their stats. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible, so he could only say that Lord Grimm's damage had increased, which was clearly unnecessary. If his attack power hadn't changed, then what would the point of switching in all that level 80 equipment? Chapter 1392, Counterattack. Chapter 1392, Counterattack. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. Neither side has made any moves, Pan Lin shouted. This would usually be boring, but Pan Lin was excited. He was looking forward to what level 80 equipment could do. Li Yibo found Lord Grimm's info and compared the stats before and after. The 4 main stats were clearly displayed, so Li Yibo hoped to quickly find something he could analyze. Lord Grimm is moving deep. Could he be looking for better angle of attack? But the area he's in should be within Song Xiao's line of sight. There doesn't seem to be any location which he can mount a sneak attack from, though. Is he going to venture even farther in? Pan Lin continued to comment. Usually, if it wasn't a deciding moment, these remarks would rarely be said. However, right now it looked as if Pan Lin would even analyze Lord Grimm's thumb movements. Just as I thought, Lord Grimm is going even deeper. He's planning on making a big turn. Ah, Song Xiao has also moved. Receding Tides is moving forward. Song Xiao truly deserves to be called Mr. Clutch. He has exceptional mental fortitude. It's quite bold of him to push forward. Lord Grimm's already moved away, though, so cutting in won't be dangerous. In fact, he might be able to see through Ye Xiu's intentions this way. What? Pan Lin muttered to himself. For a moment, he wasn't able to continue. He had been too ambitious in guessing Ye Xiu's intentions. Ye Xiu didn't move according to his analysis and instead moved in the opposite direction of what he had expected. This surprise caught him at a loss for words. However, with Song Xiao's receding tides moving away, there were now no traces of Lord Grimm. He calculated everything that precisely. Pan Lin was shocked. Although it was just small play, being able to read someone so thoroughly was truly frightening. At this moment, the broadcast cut into a slow-motion replay. Oh, Pan Lin suddenly understood. It wasn't a calculation. There had been an angle from Lord Grimm's previous position where he could see receding tides. As expected of Ye Xiu. Li Yibo returned to the match. He's extremely proficient at this map, a trait very few young players possess. Young players lack an attention to detail towards maps, which is a huge advantage for the home team. Happy's Kaio Yifen is quite good in this area too. Pan Lin mentioned his name. He's got a good mentor beside him. Li Yibo sighed. Pan Lin subconsciously thought of other players on Happy who weren't particularly strong in this area. For example, Steamed Bun and Tang Ru weren't thorough enough in their utilization of the map. Saying all that would tear Li Yibo's praise apart, though, so he restrained himself. Song Xiao didn't see Lord Grimm, so instead of having receding tides continue moving straight, he circled around in reverse. Song Xiao's very experienced, Li Yibo said. Even though he doesn't see his opponent from the distance he's traveled, he has a rough idea of Lord Grimm's possible positions. If Lord Grimm wasn't in those areas, he wouldn't have been able to disappear from the map so quickly. Oh, the two sides are, on the bottom right corner of the broadcast, a bird's eye view of the map appeared. The positions of the two characters were represented as dots as they moved. The camera constantly switched back and forth between the two characters, giving a feeling of tension. Closer, closer, the two sides neared each other. At the next intersection, the two would meet. Everyone held their breaths. Suddenly, Lord Grimm jumped. The myriad manifestations umbrellas ninjato stuck into the wall. The wall that originally couldn't be jumped was instantly climbed through the usage of the ninja class's special skill. That's cheating. That was what Pan Lin wanted to shout. The surprises from the unspecialized still gave off a feeling of cheating even after an entire regular season. Everyone's thought process was different from Ye Xiu's. They needed to spend a certain amount of time and effort to understand what an unspecialized could do. As a result, when they saw Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm in a match, they would constantly think, "Why didn't I think of that?" The cameraman was also in a fluster. He wasn't sure which first-person perspective he should look at to best display this suddenness. Should he use Ye Xiu's hunter-like view to show his sharpness? Or should he use Song Xiao's confused prey view to show helplessness? There was no time to think carefully. The camera instinctively shifted to a viewpoint. Song Xiao's perspective, receding tides, was moving. Then a grenade suddenly appeared from above and dropped in front of him. Too awesome! The cameraman cried out in his heart. Song Xiao's perspective had given this grenade highlight clip. From above to below, the image of the grenade grew larger as receding tides moved. Everything was quiet as the grenade fell. It was as if the scene was static. If only it could be in slow-mo, the cameraman was still obsessed with the shot. Bang! The grenade exploded and Lord Grimm dropped from the sky. Roll, roll, roll. Song Xiao's receding tides rolled backwards 3 times and then shot a chi bullet. The spectators all felt frightened seeing this sudden ambush. However, Song Xiao himself was as calm as ever. He reacted promptly and appropriately. 3 rolls backwards pull the distance between receding tides and Lord Grimm, and then a chi bullet at the slightest opening. Beautiful, Pan Lin cried out. Ye Xiu's ambush had been beautiful, but Song Xiao's response was too. This level of play was truly deserving of the playoffs. It was just the first exchange, and Pan Lin felt like it was worthy of the ticket price. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to praise this moment because there was still a battle underway. The chi bullet flew out. Lord Grimm didn't dodge it though and tanked the hit to stay on the offense. Even if it's the group arena, sometimes it's necessary to show a tough display, Li Yibo praised. By tanking the hit, Ye Xiu maintained the initiative. But because of Song Xiao's calm response, the ambush didn't deal too much harm. The battle had suddenly shifted to a direct confrontation. An ambush doesn't seem to be a good choice against a player with strong mental fortitude like Song Xiao, Pan Lin said. Ye Xiu was at least able to gain the initiative through it, Li Yibo said. No one would have any objections to that. In a direction confrontation, Lord Grimm would be attacking 70% of the time. But it can't be said that Song Xiao is at a disadvantage, Pan Lin said. Song Xiao was 70% defending, 30% attacking. Yes, he seemed to be a bit on the back foot, but his rhythm was steady. Such a steady defensive counterattack playstyle is Blue Rain's style, Li Yibo said. The healer character exemplified the team's style to a certain extent. Of the 8 playoff teams, Samsara, Tyranny, Happy, Thunderclap, and 100 Blossoms all had clerics as their healers, a show of their overall offense-oriented playstyles. As for the other 3 teams, Tiny Herb had 2 healers, an exception. Then there was Blue Rain and 301 who had paladins as healers, and these 2 teams leaned towards defense, especially Blue Rain. Team Blue Rain was a paragon of a defensive counterattack team. Defend while waiting for mistakes and capitalizing on them. This was their team's playstyle, which eventually became many of the styles of the players on the team. To be a part of Blue Rain's main roster, not having beautiful defensive play was extremely difficult. As a defense-heavy style, being on the passive side was normal because you were intentionally giving the opponent space. As a result, while it looked like Song Xiao's offense looked rather weak, Pan Lin and Li Yibo didn't think it was mark of him being at a disadvantage. It was just how he played. So they waited, defensive counterattack. The high point was the counterattack. Opportunities were fleeting. Once grasped, it couldn't be let go. That instant required explosiveness and efficiency. For a defensive counterattack playstyle, defense needed to be steady and slow, while the counterattack needed to be fast and fierce. Everyone stared at the screen. The happy fans listening to the commentators were held in suspense. Song Zhao wasn't a standout existence during the regular season. His numbers were so-so, but everyone knew he was formidable during playoffs. He wasn't an easy opponent. As a result, even if Ye Xiu was the king of duels in the regular season, everyone still felt worried. Straight punch, knock back, grenade, shining cut, double stab, ghost slash, floating bullet. Skills after skill was released through Lord Grimm's ever-changing myriad manifestations umbrella. His speed was so fast that the viewers couldn't even clearly distinguish what forms his umbrella were in. A skill came out, and then the umbrella transformed into a different form, without a pause. The myriad manifestations umbrella never stayed in the same form for more than 2 seconds. Bang! A falling flower palm suddenly struck receding tides, sending him flying backwards. Ah! Pan Lin cried out in astonishment. The equilibrium had been broken by the palm. Ye Xiu's broken through Song Zhao's defense, Li Yibo shouted. The myriad manifestations umbrella continued transforming non-stop, but this time, the rate of hits landing on receding tides had increased. In the end, Song Zhao isn't able to hold on. Let's see if he can turn this around, Pan Lin said. They still had confidence in Song Zhao because no matter what, this player wouldn't panic. He had the mental fortitude necessary to make a comeback, so they waited. Before, it had been a defensive counterattack style. Now it had turned into a get-beat-up counterattack style, but Lord Grimm's offense continued to pour out relentlessly. As a result, receding tides took even heavier beatings. The expressions of those waiting for a reversal gradually started to turn strange. Is he going to get taken out in one combo? Pan Lin started questioning. Their hopes for Song Zhao seemed to have disappeared. Ambush to start, suppression with attacks, offense-breaking defense, one combo kill, Li Yibo summed up the battle with 12 words. The so-called defensive counterattack playstyle. So we've seen the defense and the get-beat-up part, where's the counterattack? Is he not able to find an opening to counterattack? Pan Lin was still thinking about it. Chapter 1393. Eyes are blurry. Chapter 1393. Eyes are blurry. Translator. Namyami editor. Namyami. Everyone held hope for Song Zhao because he never panicked, because he always performed spectacularly during critical moments. But this time, ever since Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm pierced through his defenses, Song Zhao failed to successfully get them back up. If it was said that he had deliberately left openings in his defense looking for a counterattack, then right now he was purely focused on resisting his opponent's attacks. He was playing on the defensive to survive. However, even in this sort of situation, players proficient in defense could still find ways to break through the opponent's offense and seize opportunities to turn the tides. Song Zhao was a calm player and was also exceptional at defense, which was why, unlike other players who were overwhelmed by the unspecialized blitz during the regular season, people felt like he definitely wouldn't lose like them. But from the looks of it, they shouldn't hold any such expectations. Song Zhao was being suppressed just like every other player. Receding tides was in dire straits. As for Song Zhao's current state of mind, no one knew. He only has 10% health left. Pan Lin hadn't given up. He hoped to see a sudden reversal at the final moment. But then he looked at Lord Grimm's health and despaired. 73%. Lord Grimm still had so much health left. Song Zhao's playoffs opening was starting off unlucky. As soon as he left the door, he met a brick wall. It's not going to just end like this, is it? Some were muttering in their hearts. In particular, the Team Blue Rain fans had confidence in Song Zhao because Song Zhao never let them down at the crucial moments. But there's a first time for everything. In the end, Song Zhao had his first failed performance when it mattered. Loss. 70%. Lord Grimm's health halted here when Song Zhao's receding tides fell. The stadium applauded to Ye Xiu, of course. Some brave young fellows were even so bold to shout 1v5. Song Zhao walked out from the player booth on stage. The broadcast zoomed in on his face, but there didn't really seem to be any particular expression on it. Song Zhao's performance today is a bit disappointing, Pan Lin sighed. Or perhaps our expectations for him were too high, Li Yibo said. Song Zhao's technical skill isn't considered anything outstanding, but rather it's because of his exceptional mental fortitude that he's able to perform beyond his usual skill level during key moments like the playoffs. On the other hand, other players get nervous and might become too cautious, leading to a decrease in their level of play. One side plays worse, while the other side plays better. As a result, it's not hard to understand why Song Zhao always seems to play spectacularly in the playoffs. Unfortunately, his opponent this time was. Saying Ye Xiu gets nervous in a playoffs match sounds more like a joke, doesn't it? Li Yibo said. Yeah, Pan Lin confirmed. So Ye Xiu dominating him isn't anything unexpected. If Song Zhao's opponent had been a happy rookie, perhaps things may have turned out differently, Li Yibo said. It looks like Blue Rain didn't expect Ye Xiu to appear first even in the playoffs. Their original idea was probably not to have Song Zhao encounter Ye Xiu, Pan Lin analyzed. Yeah, let's see who Blue Rain's second player is. Li Yibo started paying attention to the big screen. The playoffs was set up to always be suspenseful. It wasn't like the regular season's group arena, where the two teams' lineup would be listed all at once before the three players went onto the stage. The playoffs' five-player group arena was done one at a time. Before it was time, no one besides the players' respective team would know who would be up next. Lu Hanwen, Blade Master, Flowing Cloud. Finally, the big screen displayed the name of Team Blue Rain's next player. This. Li Yibo wanted to say something, but then hesitated. Lu Hanwen was still the Alliance's youngest player, but he had already been a part of the main roster for 2 years, entering All-Stars both years. In his first season at just 14 years of age, it was because of his mistake that the team lost. Team Blue Rain's method of training Lu Hanwen was too unrestrained. Nowadays, no team would throw their rookie out onto the battlefield to play around and figure out things for himself. Everyone trained their rookies methodically step by step. Quite a few people expressed their worries for how Team Blue Rain was treating Lu Hanwen. When rookies first entered the Alliance, they needed time to get used to the intensity and pace of the professional circle. Many talented youths were able to immediately adapt and shine as soon as they stepped onto the stage, with all sorts of awards suddenly being thrown at them. But what rookies never knew was that what they were facing wasn't the true professional scene. Because they were a newcomer, neither they nor the pro scene was familiar with them. And once they started shining, the pro scene would notice them, and the other opposing teams would make preparations to target them. It was only at this moment would the rookies truly be facing the pro scene. Teams would use anything at their disposal for the sake of winning. Countless rookies crashed into this iron wall, leaving their heads broken and bloody. And this was the so-called rookies' block. Many of the current gods had hit this wall before. They had broken past it, but numerous talented players disappeared into nothing after hitting this wall. The more massive the blow, the greater the pressure, the more unfavorable it was for the rookie's growth. In many people's eyes, Blue Rain's Lu Hanwen had fallen into such a predicament. And to no one's surprise, once the team started familiarizing themselves with him, his performance dwindled. However, Lu Hanwen never fell into low spirits. He continued to work hard. It was as if he had just entered the Alliance. He continued to preserve that endless reserve of energy, dwindling performance, a mistake dragging down the rest of the team. Lu Hanwen had experienced and suffered through them all. However, his enthusiasm never wavered. He was true youth filled with boundless spirit. His heart was filled with sunshine without a single bit of haze. Blue Rain had used the method most suitable for him. He didn't need to be protected. He could face setbacks and crash to the ground heavily, but he would always quickly climb back up, stumbling until the day he flew. Coach Li, what are your thoughts on this matchup? Pan Lin saw that Li Yibo seemed to want to say something and switched the conversation to him. Ye Xiu is experienced. Lu Hanwen is driven. It's going to be an exciting match, Li Yibo smiled. Pan Lin guessed that this wasn't what Li Yibo had originally wanted to say, but it wouldn't be good to press him on air. He could only continue with a brief introduction of Lu Hanwen's situation as he watched the young player get up from his seat and head to the stage. This Lu Hanwen has a big heart, Pan Lin suddenly said, when he saw Lu Hanwen cross Song Zio. Yes, compared to skill, the heart is much more difficult to train. Lu Hanwen is only a young kid. How rare, Li Yibo said. Blue Rain's two players are talking with each other. Is Song Zio passing on the experience he had just gained from this match? Pan Lin guessed. Blue Rain should have that knowledge way beforehand, Li Yibo remarked. After all, Blue Rain and Happy had fought against each other twice in the regular season already. Perhaps a new discovery. As Pan Lin said these words, Song Zio and Lu Hanwen parted. Lu Hanwen went onto the stage while Song Zio returned to his seat. Is he really hard to fight? Huang Xiaoshan asked. My eyes went blurry. Song Zio got to his seat and shut his eyes. Blurry. That umbrella changes forms again and again and again non-stop. I really can't bear it, Song Zio said. Everyone in Blue Rain looked at each other. When they prepped for this match against Happy, Ye Xiu and his unspecialized were obviously a huge focus, but they hadn't prepared for something like this. What is this? Blue Rain Spitfire, Zheng Xuan sighed. Spitfires could be considered as the best at interfering with the opponent's line of sight. Others might not be able to reach the apex and emulate Zhang Jiao's 100 Blossom style, but it had become a commonly utilized Spitfire technique. Ye Xiu's technique was different from theirs, though. They simply used visual effects, but Ye Xiu directly made visual attacks, making someone's eyes go blurry. That was the effect of Flash Bullet. What did you say to Lu Hanwen? Yu Weizhu asked Song Zio. I told him to try to cut in from the side or circle to the back. Try not to fight face to face. Doing so is truly too disgusting, truly. You guys should try when you have the chance, Song Zio said. Yu Wenzhou didn't ask any further and watched as Lu Hanwen went into Blue Rain's player booth. Then the characters loaded in. Flowing Cloud and Lord Grimm entered the map. Lu Hanwen obviously wasn't the type to go around in circles. Flowing Cloud went directly towards the center. As for Ye Xiu, he once again took a roundabout path, a different route than last time too. Previously, he had Lord Grimm go to the left, this time he changed it to the right. Playing dirty again, Huang Xiaoshan ground his teeth. He was a bit nervous too. He knew of Lu Hanwen's style better than others. Lu Hanwen wasn't good at dealing with dirty play. An ordinary level of dirty wasn't a big deal, but Ye Xiu's dirtiness, on the other hand, was on another level. Lu Hanwen is taking the straight path, while Ye Xiu is taking a roundabout route, Pan Lin explained the opening. Ye Xiu seems to be taking it at a medium pace. It doesn't seem like he plans on rushing for a position, Li Yibo commented on Lord Grimm's movement speed. Where is he planning to mount a sneak attack from this time? Pan Lin said. Ye Xiu's strategic movement wasn't completely dirty. He didn't hide, attack, retreat, harass, and annoy his opponents to death. Most of the time, he would launch a sneak attack to gain the initiative and then keep fighting face to face. However, this was the group arena. The less health lost, the better. Under these circumstances, it wasn't impossible that he would play completely dirty. The glory textbook. No one believed that there was no style Ye Xiu could not play. Would he play dirty? Everyone stared at Lord Grimm's unhurried movement and thought quietly to themselves. Chapter 1394, Ineffective to Effective. Chapter 1394, Ineffective to Effective. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami. Lord Grimm and Flowing Cloud took their own paths. Neither side was facing each other, but from the omniscient view of the spectators, it could be seen that the two characters were closing in on each other, even if there was stuff between them. Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud moved in a straight line and reached the center of the map first. Seeing that his opponent wasn't within sight, he didn't hesitate and continued charging forward. Wow, Lu Hanwen is very decisive. Pan Lin was pleasantly surprised. Oh, this way Ye Xiu won't be able to find a place in the center of the map to mount a sneak attack. Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud has already left, Li Yibo said. Is this the advice Song Zio gave? It's simple but effective, Pan Lin said. With just these few words, Flowing Cloud had already crossed through the center of the map towards Lord Grimm's spawn point. But what's Lu Hanwen going to do next? He's not hoping that he'll find Lord Grimm at the spawn point, is he? Pan Lin questioned. Lu Hanwen should have a better understanding of this map from the first fight. I'm guessing his plans are based on this understanding. Or perhaps someone gave him some pointers, Li Yibo said. Song Zio. Pan Lin looked at Flowing Cloud's movements. Song Zio may have played on this map, but his understanding might not be better than the players off stage, Li Yibo said. Yu Wenzhou, Pan Lin realized. Why would the off-stage players have an easier time grasping the map? Because they had spectator control, allowing them to get a full view of the map or cut to different perspectives. This control gave them a much more complete picture than what the broadcast could give. Song Zio had never traversed to Lord Grimm's spawn point, however. Those off-stage could see the terrain Lord Grimm passed through, and his spawn point via their spectator view. Team Blue Rain obviously wasn't very familiar with the map chosen by Team Happy, but a tactics expert like Yu Wenzhou could easily find numerous strategical points from the map in this amount of time. What areas should be avoided? What areas could be utilized? The following Blue Rain players could already start reflecting on how to take advantage of these points. Perhaps Lu Hanwen had been given a suggestion by Yu Wenzhou. Let's see what he'll do. Pan Lin suddenly became excited. But at this moment Lord Grimm suddenly changed directions. Because he was taking a roundabout route, Lord Grimm hadn't reached the center yet. Even so, he suddenly turned left, making his way towards the path to the center. This is, Pan Lin yelled. For a moment he couldn't figure out Lord Grimm's goal. Li Yibo was also thinking about Lord Grimm's decision. After a while it looked like he was planning on charging out from the right flank to meet with Flowing Cloud. No way, switch to Ye Xiu's perspective, Li Yibo shouted. The camera immediately switched views. The scenery was rapidly changing. Lord Grimm was moving very fast, traversing through the map with great familiarity. Not far from his position, Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud was following the main central path towards the south. Slide kick. Lord Grimm suddenly did a slide kick, not as an attack but as a way to move at a low height. He slid across the ground through the gaps of several thick tree branches. Jumping over the tree branches or circling around them were possible options, but Ye Xiu choosing to use a skill instead wasn't just to look cool. Lord Grimm and Flowing Cloud were very close. Everyone felt like the two would soon be within each other's sights. But after the slide kick, Lord Grimm immediately hugged the ground. The camera reacted quickly this time. With a snap, the perspectives of both players were shown simultaneously on the big screen. Lord Grimm hugged the ground as he moved, while from Lu Hanwen's perspective there was no one in sight. He's hidden himself. Everyone gasped in surprise. Then they saw Lord Grimm roll without standing up to behind a shrub. Nothing abnormal could be seen from Lu Hanwen's perspective, but Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm had quietly approached him. There was no time to reflect on this scene, though. Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud continued to dash forward. From the bush Lord Grimm was hiding behind, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Everyone in the stadium could hear it, let alone Ye Xiu. Just as flowing cloud passed by the bush, Lord Grimm jumped out. Lord Grimm hopped over the bush instead of leaping through so that he wouldn't be heard. The myriad manifestations umbrella also jumped out, transforming into a spear. Dragon Tooth, a back attack against flowing cloud. Whoosh, tap, two sounds rang out simultaneously. The sound effect that came with Dragon Tooth could not be eliminated by player control, but when Lord Grimm let out the Dragon Tooth, the sound effect coincided with the flowing cloud's footstep. Was it a coincidence, or was it skill? There was no time to analyze it. The two sounds were different, neither was covering up the other. But because of the mix between footstep and skill, Lu Hanwen reacted a beat slow. Pooh! This sound was incomparably clear. Flowing Cloud's back had been pierced through by Lord Grimm's spear. Dragon Tooth inflicted a stun. A follow-up combo didn't need to be said. After being struck in the back, Flowing Cloud's health rapidly fell. Lord Grimm's attack power must have been improved. Li Yibo didn't make this comment for nothing. Even though he couldn't see the exact numbers, he was confident in what he had said. Pan Lin didn't follow up. Li Yibo had said these words before. Why would you repeat yourself? His equipment are all level 80. It would be weird if his attack power didn't improve. Can't you say anything meaningful? Lu Hanwen's on the defensive. Pan Lin described the state of the fight. Who would have thought Ye Xiu would do something like that? Could he have seen through Lu Hanwen's intentions? Li Yibo said. The two sides had started fighting. There was no way to switch perspectives to analyze Ye Xiu's previous string of movements. It's not going to be a one-hit to death, is it? The combo had only just started, and Pan Lin was worried. Although Lu Hanwen had been voted into All-Stars twice, which made it seem like he was better than Song Zhao in terms of emotional control in a match, how could this young player compare to Song Zhao, the player nicknamed Mr. Clutch? Even Song Zhao had been crushed in a direct confrontation by Ye Xiu. Now that Lu Hanwen had been attacked from the back, turning the situation around would probably be even more difficult. No. In the blink of an eye, 15% of Flowing Cloud's health had been taken away. A back attack increased the damage by a considerable 20%. Assassins had a class advancement skill, Art of Assassination buff, which buffed that number to 40%. Unfortunately, class advancement and awakening skills could not be attached to a weapon. I hope Lu Hanwen can stay calm and search for opportunities to fight back, Pan Lin continued. Fast. This was the impression Lu Hanwen got from the fight. From the first Dragon Tooth to now, he had lost 15% of his health. The unspecialized didn't have class proficiency or armor proficiency, so their stats couldn't compare to real class. Plus, their skills were low-level, so their damage wasn't high. That was the objective opinion towards the unspecialized. But Flowing Cloud had just lost 15% of his health in an instant low damage. Then use speed to make up for it. Lu Hanwen could tell how closely linked the attacks were. He didn't know how an unspecialized could attack so fast. Did his attacks not have startup and end animations? Was it his myriad manifestations umbrella was transforming again and again? Lu Hanwen couldn't tell. He was trying his hardest, but Ye Xiu was more experienced. He kept adjusting his position, so Lord Grimm was behind him. It wasn't Vanishing Step, but it was the same reason. But in this case, he didn't need to be troubled over his eyes blurring. This energetic and hopeful youth could still find good points in this situation. Even if these good points had no value, it still made him feel gratified. Now, he needed to find a way to break out of this predicament. Lu Hanwen didn't panic, although he wasn't that calm either. He had courage, though, the courage to try. Failure after failure, he would scratch his head and then try again. Bang, bang, bang. Flowing Cloud was using his sword too, but some of his attacks looked pretty poor from the lens of an expert. It was as if he was panicking without any thought behind his attacks, hoping to luck his way out. "This sort of recklessness probably isn't going to work on Ye Xiu, is it?" Li Yibo said. "You can do it." Many people were cheering for Lu Hanwen, especially Blue Rain's fans. Although it looked like he was just randomly doing things, it wasn't necessarily that there was no thought behind his attacks. Lu Hanwen was at the very least never doing the same thing twice. In other words, what looked brainless wasn't actually brainless. He was testing different methods. He couldn't think of any certain success methods, so he could only gamble on the probable ones. If one didn't work, he would try again. If that didn't work, then a different one. Another failure. Again, bang, 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 bang. The brainless Lu Hanwen continued to struggle, sword light dancing randomly. "Good child," Huang Xiaoshan praised. Yu Wenzhou chuckled but didn't say anything. The percepting Blue Rain players could see it. Lu Hanwen's attempts might have carried a lot of energy, but none of them succeeded. However, his constant attempts may have failed again and again, but they were taking a toll on Ye Xiu. And this effect, through Lu Hanwen's brave tries, was slowly accumulating and expanding. Ye Xiu was trying hard to get rid of it, but Huang Xiaoshan and Yu Wenzhou could see that he wasn't able to completely eliminate it. Having Lord Grimm keep up this insanely fast offense was extremely difficult in itself. It required extraordinary precision. Lu Hanwen's ineffective methods were converging into a whole, transforming into what could be an effective solution. Chapter 1395. There's still a gap. Chapter 1395. There's still a gap. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami Bang. Flowing Cloud's silver weapon, the greatsword Flame Shadow, clashed against the myriad manifestations umbrella with a dull sound. Meteor form. The fastest of the powerful level 75 skills was as quick as lightning, even when used by Flowing Cloud, who had a slow attack speed. Still, Lord Grimm managed to parry the attack. Oh, what a shame. If Flowing Cloud were using a takai or a lightsaber instead of a greatsword, that attack definitely would have hit, Li Yibo sighed. But to his surprise, after this attack, although Lord Grimm managed to parry it with his umbrella, his body was still pushed backward. The myriad manifestations umbrella was actually jolted to the side. This, Li Yibo was shocked. Even though Meteor Form was a level 75 skill, this skill prioritized speed and involved the blade moving light and fast. In terms of attack priority, it wasn't very strong. Lord Grimm might not have high-level skills, but he should have still been able to parry it. But Lord Grimm's movement right now made it look like he hadn't been able to withstand the impact of this attack at all, purposefully faking an opening. Just as this thought flashed through Li Yibo's mind, he saw Flowing Cloud unleash another headwind strike. The sword tip swung in a circle and Lord Grimm's chest spurted blood. Beautiful. Pan Lin was already shouting. Lu Hanwen finally broke through Ye Xiu's crazy attacks and successfully counterattacked within the span of one move. Sword attacks came out one after another, whistling through the air. Li Yibo watched a few attacks and suddenly reached a realization. Even though Flowing Cloud doesn't have a high attack speed, the greatsword gives his skills greater impact. That meteor form just now, if he'd been using a takai or a lightsaber, then Lord Grimm might have been able to parry it, but because it's a greatsword, his skill priority wasn't high enough, so it was directly knocked aside, said Li Yibo. This is a very good opportunity. Hopefully Lu Hanwen can take advantage of it, Pan Lin shouted. In an instant, the attacker and defender had switched roles. But Flowing Cloud's combo had only reached the sixth attack, an upward slash, when Lord Grimm jumped into the air. He took the upward slash and flew even higher, then raised the myriad manifestations umbrella over his head. Pa pa pa, the umbrella folded and lengthened, the flaps beginning to hum and spin. Instantly, Lord Grimm was pulled to the side. Rising Dragon Slash. Lu Hanwen hurriedly controlled Flowing Cloud to use an attack that would hit Lord Grimm in the air, but he was too slow. The sword light flashed right by Lord Grimm's body. But Lu Hanwen barely had time to feel regret when the humming noise from Lord Grimm's umbrella suddenly stopped, and Lord Grimm was already extending his right leg an eagle stamp. Bam, 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 bam. 4 consecutive kicks mercilessly fell upon Flowing Cloud's body, and the priority of his rising dragon slash had long since expired. He'd originally wanted to use a falling light blade to get away, but he was still too slow, and Lord Grimm stamped down upon him. Sheeing, Lord Grimm pulled out the takai from his myriad manifestations umbrella, falling light blade. Lu Hanwen hadn't been fast enough to use it, but Ye Xiu now very leisurely used it. The tip of the sword pressed against Flowing Cloud's throat, and they continued to fall. The entire audience was stunned. This reaction, this combo. Lu Hanwen had only just broken through and begun a counterattack. The happy fans live at the stadium hadn't even had time to begin worrying about Ye Xiu when this guy recovered the situation. In comparison, Blue Rain's players only made their fans worry more. Bang! Because of the falling light blade, Flowing Cloud was stuck and couldn't escape. Just like that, he was crushed against the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Punisher, Earthquake Sword, Lord Grimm used another flurry of ground attacks against the already fallen Flowing Cloud. Lu Hanwen was once again at the disadvantage. Hanwen didn't grasp it well, Huang Xiaoshan sighed. He was also a blade master player, so he had quite a right to speak about the judgments made in that moment. He felt that that opportunity had been created extremely well, and if it had been him, there was no way he would let the opponent get away after only 6 attacks in a combo. His attack was a bit slow, Yu Wenzhou said. The equipment would have a bit of effect on that, but the greatsword should have been enough to deal with that situation. Hanwen didn't have good control, the timing wasn't accurate enough, said Huang Xiaoshan. Or you could say, Ye Xiu's timing was simply too accurate, said Yu Wenzhou. Huang Xiaoshan paused and realized indeed that was the case. The attack rhythm of the unspecialized Lord Grimm was extremely rapid, and Ye Xiu's controls were still so accurate. Lu Hanwen's Flowing Cloud was a greatsword blade master. It was hard enough for slow to keep up with fast rhythm, and because the opponent was Ye Xiu, the difficulty was only greater. Find another opportunity, kid. Don't give that guy another chance to show off, Huang Xiaoshan said, grinding his teeth. Too bad. Lu Hanwen had only managed 6 attacks before Ye Xiu took back the initiative, so of course he was disappointed. He was positive, he was optimistic, but he wouldn't forget scars instantly. As a pro player, he couldn't afford to forget scars so easily, because every scar was a lesson, something that led to growth. Lu Hanwen's personality didn't help him forget scars. It allowed him to actively face his scars, never fleeing. Maybe I could have done this or that instead, and it would have turned out better. Lu Hanwen, just like this, grew up through these ifs and maybes. From mistakes and failures, he accumulated experience nonstop. But this kind of growth didn't happen overnight. Making a mistake once didn't guarantee that it could immediately be avoided next time. After all, with Lu Hanwen's current skill level, the mistakes he made wouldn't be those particularly obvious kinds of mistakes. Sometimes it would be a problem of small, inadvertent habits, and it would require a lot of time to pick them out and fix them. Over these 2 years, Lu Hanwen's growth had been clear to see. He had grown so much since he entered the alliance, but the opponent in front of him now, Lu Hanwen sighed deeply. By the time he'd entered the alliance, this god in front of him had already become a legend. He never would have thought that he'd have the chance to meet him in game. That summer, Lu Hanwen had followed Blue Brook Guild to train in game, and that summer he had accumulated numerous painful failures. An extremely difficult opponent, possibly even more difficult than Senior Xiaoshan. At that time, Lu Hanwen had already felt it, and that had only been in game, where the two of them hadn't had too many face-to-face exchanges. At first, he'd only heard from Blue River, the guild worker bringing him along, about how this person stirred up storms and reaped the profits. Afterwards, the exchanges in-game had only verified Blue River's words. Lu Hanwen clearly remembered how even he, someone who had clearly come to support Blue Brook Guild and fight Lord Grimm, had ultimately become that guy's helper in the process of stealing the boss. He's too good. Lu Hanwen could only think this. In terms of skill and technique, he could still work hard to improve, but those things like strategic layout and maneuvering, it was like their captain Yu Wenzhou. Lu Hanwen could view Huang Xiaoshan as the goal he was chasing after, even the target that he wanted to surpass. But Captain Yu Wenzhou, forget it. How could he ever match that kind of guy? Lu Hanwen never believed that he had that kind of mind. Their in-game struggles allowed Lu Hanwen to learn Ye Xiu's skill in this area, and this alone was already breathtaking. And then Happy entered the alliance. This legendary god returned to the professional stage, and then 37 consecutive individual wins. How could this kind of person be beaten? Whether in terms of strategy or technique, he still just couldn't compare. Compared to Ye Xiu, Lu Hanwen could only draw this sad conclusion. He was brave, he was fearless, but he could recognize skill. Yet even when recognizing this huge gap between himself and Ye Xiu, he could still battle courageously. There's still a gap. Lu Hanwen was very clear on this point. As for whether or not he could close this gap, Lu Hanwen didn't think about it too hard. Victory wasn't simply determined by such a gap. Lu Hanwen, as well as most of those who were raised in Blue Rain, held this belief in his heart. A gap isn't scary. A gap doesn't determine everything, because they had a captain called Yu Wenzhou, because their captain had a weakness that was fatal for most pro players. But Yu Wenzhou frequently used his situation to tell Blue Rain's team members and Blue Rain's trainees who dreamed of becoming pro players, a gap isn't scary. What's scary is giving up because of a gap. Even someone like me hasn't given up. What reason do you have? Even now, Lu Hanwen still remembered the words that Yu Wenzhou had once said to the trainees at training camp. Although he was very young, he could understand this relatively straightforward point. And Yu Wenzhou's experience of walking through Blue Rain's training camp was even more of a real, living motivation for all of them. In the training camp, they wouldn't give up on their dreams. On the battlefield, they wouldn't give up on victory. They saw the gap, but they wouldn't shrink from the gap. Continue on like this. Facing a gap, Lu Hanwen doubled down on his determination. Win or lose, he wouldn't think about the outcome too much. He just knew that he had to put his full effort in to do everything he could. These efforts weren't meaningless because this was the group arena. This was a team project. Whatever health and mana of Lord Grimm's that he could deplete, the next Blue Rain player would feel the benefits. This would become the basis of their victory. So fight hard. Lu Hanwen really has a great attitude. Even though Ye Xiu has completely suppressed him, he isn't retreating or getting discouraged at all, Li Yibo praised. He definitely has a bright future ahead of him, Pan Lin said, moved. Although the two praised him freely, the fact that they were talking about his future made it clear that right now, they didn't think Lu Hanwen would win. 44%. When Lu Hanwen's flowing cloud fell, this was how much health Lord Grimm had left. Blue Rain had already sent up 2 players, but they had only knocked away a little more than half of Ye Xiu's health. Happy is already in a 2-point lead, Pan Lin announced. 1v2, and in the playoffs, Ye Xiu really deserves the title of King of Dueling this season. Just this kind of performance should be enough to silence the doubts that he only won so many consecutive victories because he hadn't met strong opponents. Ye Xiu had the ability to achieve victory at lesser cost to himself, but he didn't need to do so in individual battles, said Li Yibo. But if he wants to 1v3 right now, it looks like it'll be a bit difficult. Lord Grimm lost a lot more mana than health, said Pan Lin. There's still 11%, said Li Yibo, after checking. Of this time, at least, he shouldn't be carrying mana-boosting equipment, right? Pan Lin still clearly remembered the events of last year's Challenger League. Chapter 1396. The Talkative Rhythm. Chapter 1396. The Talkative Rhythm. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami. Getting a useful amount of mana recovery wasn't something that could be accomplished with just one or two pieces of equipment. With the current stats of equipment, as limited by the maximum equipment level, a set of many pieces of equipment was needed. Lord Grimm right now had many pieces of level 80 silver equipment, whose stats weren't visible, but for stats like mana or health recovery that had a visible effect over time, it could be directly seen whether or not they were present. On Lord Grimm's body now, there didn't seem to be any such equipment, and carrying an extra set of equipment into a match was something that hadn't been done for a long time. A set of equipment increased weight, which became a large burden on this high-level professional stage, especially since this was now the highest-level playoffs competition. But Li Yibo didn't dare use common principles to draw conclusions. Ye Xiu leading team happy to return to the professional scene. This was already so far out of everyone's expectations. Anything contrary to common expectations was possible. Perhaps the weight added by this set of equipment could be erased somehow by Ye Xiu's unspecialized Lord Grimm. Li Yibo didn't say anything. Everyone was waiting to see. Lu Hanwen came off stage and returned to Blue Rain's player area. In the first battle, Song Zio had knocked away 30% of Lord Grimm's health. In the second battle, based on his on-stage performance, it had seemed that Lu Hanwen was doing better, but in the end he had only taken down 26% of Lord Grimm's health, which was a little inferior to Song Zio's performance. From this it could be seen that the scene on stage and the actual numbers were two different things. It had looked like Song Zio was taking a beating throughout the entire match, and he had ultimately fallen in a one-wave rush. But during this process, he had relied on his tenacious defense to wear away Ye Xiu by a significant amount. On the other hand, Lu Hanwen's aggressiveness was more apparent, and he'd actually found an opportunity to successfully counterattack, but ultimately he hadn't worn down Ye Xiu as much as Song Zio had. However, Blue Rain's players didn't fuss over this point. "You played well," said Captain Yu Wenzhou. Lu Hanwen nodded, taking this simple sentence to heart. He knew that their captain never threw around these polite words just to comfort his teammates. Whether success or failure, victory or defeat, he would always be gentle and sincere. He wouldn't criticize harshly, nor would he protect them excessively. So even though he hadn't won, his performance was correct, was worthy of recognition. When he thought about this, Lu Hanwen's courage was suddenly refilled, and he almost felt like charging back to play another match against Ye Xiu. Of course this was impossible. All Lu Hanwen could do was turn toward Blue Rain's third player, who was already walking on stage, and holler, "Go Huang Shao!" Huang Xiaoshan heard it, but he didn't turn around. He simply waved his right hand, his index and middle fingers raised in the shape of V for victory. "Ah, Team Blue Rain is already sending out Huang Xiaoshan as their third player," Pan Lin said. In the 5-player group arena of the playoffs, simply winning the final victory wasn't enough. The key was to win more points by having more players left standing. So up until now, a common strategy was to place the ace player in the 3rd or 4th spot, because if a victory was achieved then, that would guarantee 2 or 3 points. If on the other hand the ace player was 5th, then even if they won the final victory, they would only have 1 point. 1 point had much too small of an impact on the team round. The team competition was rarely fought until only 1 player remained. But the current situation can be seen as fairly unfavorable toward Blue Rain, said Li Yibo. The fact that he spoke so carefully, even though Happy was so far in the lead after completing a 1v2, only showed how cautious he was now. Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm still had 44% health, but only 11% mana remaining. This little mana definitely wasn't enough to kill an opponent like Huang Xiaoshan, So what would Ye Xiu do? Did he bring equipment, or would he use wish prayer? But even if he did have wish prayer, it would only be at level 1. With Lord Grimm's intelligence stat, he would probably only be able to recover around 10%. 21% mana, this still might not be enough to deal with Huang Xiaoshan, would it? Still, Ye Xiu had already knocked down 2 opponents. At this point, everyone was already quite satisfied with his performance. For this round, any amount of Huang Xiaoshan's health that he managed to knock away would be considered a victory. Huang Xiaoshan came on stage and entered the player booth. His character loaded in, and very soon, the third battle of the group arena began. "I'm surprised you're up so soon. Fighting me, the pressure's pretty high, huh?" The moment the match began, Ye Xiu began to talk in the channel. The audience members watched as Lord Grimm lifted his myriad manifestations umbrella, surrounding himself with glowing blue light and chaotically flying chanted runes. Indeed, he was using wish prayer. But ultimately, the mana-recovering equipment didn't make an appearance. It appeared that in the rhythm of a playoffs match, even Ye Xiu couldn't carry such a burden. "I don't have much mana left. It should be easy for you to pick up this wallet." Ye Xiu continued to speak. "How come you're not talking? Since I saw it was you, I made extra sure to talk a bit more. What's wrong with you? Did you get muted? Or are you so scared that you're all choked up?" Ye Xiu was still talking. But Ye Xiu was already on his third message sent, which everyone found strange. What was going on? Huang Xiaoshan wasn't saying anything while Ye Xiu was blathering on. Had these two switched bodies or something? Holy fuck, you're so annoying. Just as everyone was growing confused, Huang Xiaoshan finally exploded. "Who wants to talk to you? We're enemies right now, enemies, understand? You were so arrogant just now, defeating 2 of our people. Right now, are you getting mana recovery equipment or doing some wish prayer or whatever? Whatever dirty tricks you have, bring it." In an instant, Huang Xiaoshan had already sent 3 messages in reply. Indeed, his rhythm here had surpassed Ye Xiu's. "Oh, that's more like it. If you don't yell a few sentences, the whole atmosphere feels wrong," said Ye Xiu. "Screw your atmosphere. Even if you want to do anything, you don't have much mana left, so stop wasting time and hurry up and come out and die." "Be patient. As you wish, I'm recovering mana," Ye Xiu said. "As expected, dirty and shameless," said Huang Xiaoshan. "Hee, you're just jealous," Ye Xiu replied. The cast time for wish prayer was long, as was the skill's duration, so Ye Xiu activated the skill at the very beginning. Huang Xiaoshan had essentially guessed that Ye Xiu would do this, so as soon as the match began, he had Troubling Rain fearlessly charge forward. Even as the 2 people were playing seriously, they were also chatting away in the channel. The audience didn't know what to think. This was the high-stakes playoffs. In the 2 previous battles, who was in the mood for chatting? As expected of the super god Ye Xiu, what a calm attitude for him to be able to chat with Huang Xiaoshan like this. As everyone quietly reflected, those 2 were still going at it. Even though wish prayer was slow, it was still faster than Troubling Rain making his way toward Lord Grimm. Happy hadn't chosen a small map for this group arena, perhaps for this reason exactly. Finally, wish prayer was complete, and Lord Grimm recovered 11% mana, putting him at 22%. With this 1/5 mana, Ye Xiu could probably casually wipe out 2 or 3 ordinary players, but against a pro player, then the outcome would depend. Huang Xiaoshan was a strong player, so almost no one had any hopes for Ye Xiu. Happy supporters just hoped that he could chip away as much of Troubling Rain's health as he could. When Ye Xiu defeated Blue Rain's first player Song Zio, someone had actually shouted for a 1v5, but right now, there weren't even people yelling for 1v3. A yell for a 1v5 was immediately obvious as a joke, so no one would pay much attention upon hearing it. But to shout for a 1v3 right now, in theory, 22% mana was enough to defeat a character. But the opponent was Huang Xiaoshan. Shouting for a 1v3 now would just seem ignorant. The passionate fans now suddenly became very rational, and they didn't pull out unsuitable cheers. After finishing Wish Prayer, Ye Xiu didn't control Lord Grimm to walk directly forward. Like last round, he took the path to the right. This didn't surprise anyone. When starting a match at a disadvantage, especially when the opponent was such a strong player, it made sense to use more tactical thinking. While Troubling Rain continued to charge, Lord Grimm circled around to the right and soon began to head directly toward the center road. When the audience saw this, they realized this was an exact repeat of last round. Once again, Ye Xiu wanted to sneak directly behind the opponent and ambush them. As expected, this time, Ye Xiu had accurately calculated Troubling Rain's movement speed. When Lord Grimm circled to the right and then cut back to the center, his rhythm was completely synced with Troubling Rain's footsteps. Of course, it wasn't so coincidental that he used the same bush as last time, but like before, there were plenty of places for Lord Grimm to hide and wait to ambush. Roll, slide, kick, again with these low movement skills. Soon, Lord Grimm had made his way right next to the path. However, the audience members could see from the live display screens that Huang Xiaoshen's camera view was currently locked onto the exact spot where Lord Grimm was hidden. The televised broadcast was a bit slower, but soon enough, they also displayed a split screen featuring Huang Xiaoshen's camera view. "Ah, Ye Xiu's ambush position has been discovered," Pan Lin shouted. "Blue Rain has enough understanding of the map now. Plus, Ye Xiu is repeating his strategy of last battle," said Li Yibo. "Will he directly attack?" Pan Lin shouted. As soon as he said this, Troubling Rain halted in his steps. Silence. A sudden silence. Earlier, Troubling Rain's footsteps had been pounding on the ground, and Ye Xiu was using that sound to anticipate his movement position. If Lord Grimm poked his head up now, he would certainly be seen by Huang Xiaoshen. But Huang Xiaoshen suddenly had his Troubling Rain to stop. "He's found me," Ye Xiu immediately realized. Right now, he could pretty much judge where Troubling Rain's final step had taken him, but it was possible Huang Xiaoshen was already controlling Troubling Rain to small hop, roll, slow walk, or other such silent movements. If he wasn't accurate in his judgment of position, then if he acted now, he would only lose the initiative. This wasn't what Ye Xiu wanted. After Ye Xiu instantly and clearly organized his thoughts, his actions were extremely decisive. Slide kick. Lord Grimm moved low to the ground and then rolled twice to the right. Ye Xiu was actually controlling Lord Grimm to turn and move away. Chapter 1397, Blue Rain's God. Chapter 1397, Blue Rain's God. Translator, Namyami Editor, Namyami. Silence, complete silence. Neither player knew what the other was doing. Even listening carefully, there wasn't a whisper to hint at the other's presence. Only the omniscient audience knew that both of their characters were moving. Lord Grimm rolled twice after a slide kick, swiftly leaving his hiding spot for another. As for Huang Xiaoshen's Troubling Rain, as Ye Xiu expected, he had merely slowed and rolled into a crouch, carefully approaching where Lord Grimm had been hiding before. Without any hesitation, sword light flashed, cutting through Lord Grimm's previous hiding place. Whoosh! Lord Grimm had originally settled next to a meter-high mud wall. Troubling Rain had attacked with a piercing form. This skill had very high priority, and sword light shot into the mud wall, tearing through it like paper and exposing the upper half of the blade on this side. A miss. Huang Xiaoshen made a swift judgment. He immediately had Troubling Rain tug his sword out, but Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm had already flashed out from the other side, sending a laser rifle his way. Lord Grimm couldn't get that far with a slide kick, and it barely took laser rifle a blink to arrive. However, Huang Xiaoshen was facing his way, so he could clearly see Lord Grimm's actions. No matter what, he couldn't leave his sword behind though, so Troubling Rain fell into a crouch. Boom! Half the laser rifle smacked into the wall, taking off a small chunk, and the other half shot directly over the wall, brushing right over Troubling Rain's head. Laser rifle didn't have the same force that piercing form did, and Lord Grimm's laser rifle was only rank 1. Being able to take off a small chunk of the wall was good enough. F-whip. Troubling Rain had already yanked out his silver weapon Ice Rain by now and was hiding behind the wall. Slide kick. On Ye Xiu's side, Lord Grimm saw Troubling Rain crouch after he released the laser rifle, so he resolutely charged out. However, this was when the audience once again saw an important opportunity on the big screen. On the screen showing Huang Xiaoshen's screen, after Ice Rain was pulled out of the wall, his view immediately went towards the small hole that Ice Rain had made. The hole was too small, so it was impossible to see anything clearly, but the moving shadows were clear enough. Apart from Troubling Rain wasn't the only other thing that can move Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm executed another silent slide kick, but this time, Huang Xiaoshen caught the movement through the tiny hole he had made. They were very close. Huang Xiaoshen didn't hesitate. Troubling Rain rolled to a stand at once, rolling right off the meter-tall wall. Ice Rain's deep blue sword light stabbed down towards the bottom of the wall, but on this side of the wall, Lord Grimm, slide kicking over, had raised his myriad manifestations umbrella. The tip opened up, revealing the dark gun muzzle. As the deep blue sword light came down, light flashed from the muzzle and a bullet shot out. 2 strikes, a little out of sync. For a moment it was impossible to figure out whose attack had hit first. Blood splashed from Lord Grimm's shoulder, while a bullet found its home in Troubling Rain's side as he rolled sideways across the wall. Lord Grimm's slide kick had yet to finish, but that was when he suddenly stopped. He was already pressed to the ground, but after that strike, he became even more intimate with the ground. Falling Blossom form, a level 75 knockdown skill. It was an excellent follow-up from Troubling Rain, but at this time, Troubling Rain had already been thrown into the air. Floating Bullet, a level 1 knock-up skill. One was a Blade Master high-level skill, the other was a Spitfire novice skill. In that moment, the two executed a trade. In terms of damage, Falling Blossom's form was far stronger than Floating Bullet, but the final result was that one character was flat on the ground while the other flew into the air. It seemed like neither could do anything to the other in that moment. However, it only looked like that. Because Lord Grimm wasn't Troubling Rain, he had ranged attacks. Bang! Lord Grimm, still on the ground, fired another shot. From this perspective, the strike from Troubling Rain that pinned Lord Grimm to the ground had given the latter to perfect angle to shoot from. If his slide kick had continued for another step or two, then it probably wouldn't be nearly as comfortable. Another bullet flew. Troubling Rain hadn't been tossed too high by the Floating Bullet. At this distance, for a ranged attack, it was far too close. At such a distance, the travel speed of their skills didn't even matter anymore, even if the skill Lord Grimm was using was the relatively slow stun bullet. Huang Xiaoshen adjusted Troubling Rain's position in the air, but in the end, he still failed to dodge this close-ranged attack. His character froze in mid-air, his adjustments futile. 3 booms of cannon fire from down below, too close to dodge, not to mention that he was stunned right now, and 3 anti-tank missiles erupted against Troubling Rain one after the other. Flames and smoke bloomed in the sky, suspending Troubling Rain in mid-air. By now, Lord Grimm's knockdown debuff had worn off, and a chain of bullets erupted from the myriad manifestations umbrella's muzzle. Gatling gun. Ye Xiu attempted to continue juggling Troubling Rain in the air, and with Lord Grimm back on his feet, he was free to chain even more attacks after closing in. However, Ye Xiu's opponent was Huang Xiaoshen. His character bore the title of Sword Saint, and his strength was recognized as one of the top in glory. As soon as the stun effect of the stun bullet passed, Troubling Rain moved. Falling Light Blade. Troubling Rain made himself plummet from the sky and Ye Xiu hurriedly adjusted Lord Grimm's angle, bullets chasing after the blade master. Unfortunately, as soon as Troubling Rain readjusted his pose, he immediately switched to a different skill. Guard, plink, 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 plink. Silver weapon Ice Rain swept down horizontally in front of him, guarding against the hail of bullets. Bullets. It needn't be said what precise mechanics this required. However, Ye Xiu wasn't dead. After several bullets were blocked, he once again readjusted Lord Grimm's angle. With a shift in sword light, his attack glanced away from Ice Rain's blade, but Ice Rain was already sweeping out, slicing a circle through the air. Headwind strike. Troubling Rain's body spun like a drill, parallel to the ground, his sword stabbing through the myriad manifestations Umbrella's bullet rain, straight into Lord Grimm. Blood splattered, forming a circle in the air. Lord Grimm's Gatling gun stopped. Spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. As expected of Huang Xiaoshan, as expected of the Sword Saint. Pan Lin cheered without a care in the world. From a mere wall between the two to their exchange in this short period of time, they had unleashed a flurry of changing skills. In the end, Huang Xiaoshan's skilled bladework broke through Ye Xiu's close-ranged bullet rain with a headwind strike. Last round, Lu Hanwen had broken through Ye Xiu's offensive and successfully counterattacked using headwind strike. This time, Huang Xiaoshan had managed to overcome his passive stance and take the initiative with a headwind strike as well. Then, Huang Xiaoshan displayed his array of blade master skills, more precise and experienced than Lu Hanwen. Troubling Rain, still spinning in the air, didn't even bother landing. His bent legs kicked out, pushing off the mud wall behind him. Meteor form. This was the fastest trick in a blade master's repertoire, and with the boost Troubling Rain gave himself from kicking off the wall, his body seemed to transform into a shooting star. The deep blue sword light flashed at the front, drawing a blue streak that darted forth. Then in the path that the blue light took, a dark red replaced it, blooming and spreading. It was the blood that this strike had drawn from Lord Grimm. "That's damn cool," Pan Lin yelled. The bloody line that the blue light had drawn, the scene of it erupting in the air, it was so cool he was almost crying. Secretly, he promised himself that he would go back and replay this moment in slow motion 100 times after the match. As expected of Huang Xiaoshan, Li Yibo could only find this one sentence to express himself and display his shock in that moment. The timing, the use of the environment, the mechanics, all of it, the top of the top. This was Glory's top player. And this match was a battle between two of the very top players of Glory. After Ye Xiu successively took down two of Blue Rain's players, the atmosphere finally peaked again. Though those two matches had Song Xiao's steady defense and Lu Hanwen's never-give-up enthusiasm, Ye Xiu's victory still seemed ever so matter-of-fact. It didn't create the tense atmosphere one expected from a playoffs match at all, or at least, it seemed that way. Yet now, Ye Xiu versus Huang Xiaoshan, Lord Grimm versus Troubling Rain, this fast-paced offense, the beautiful and dazzling action. This was a true battle between gods. However, currently it was Huang Xiaoshan who was performing beautifully, who had the advantage. This match was on Happy's grounds, so the atmosphere had its limits. It was Blue Rain's fans on the away team spectator stands that were cheering wildly. Changing Spring, Blue River, Chilling Nightfall, Flying Brushstroke, Bound Boat, etc., etc., these were those responsible for managing Blue Brook Guild. In the last steps of the season, they had come with their team to the battlefield. This was the benefits of the job, but at the same time, they were the ones who were responsible for leading the Blue Rain fans in their cheering. Huang Shao, Blue Rain's fans bellowed under their lead. Changing Spring personally held the flag embroidered with Blue Rain's team logo, waving it swiftly through the air above their heads. Blue River next to him was also very excited. He wasn't very loud, but his class in game was the Blade Master. This was the class he loved, and Huang Xiaoshan was also his favorite player. Right now, Huang Xiaoshan's opponent was Ye Xiu, the Lord Grim that had so much interaction with them in-game, that had tormented them until they coughed blood so many times. Blue Brook Guild's members had been eager to see their team's pro players beat the other up for them. In the regular season, Blue Rain had won twice against Happy, which was great, but unfortunately, Ye Xiu hadn't lost a single round against them in the individual competition. Then in the playoffs, he destroyed two of their players upon coming up. Changing Spring, Blue River and Co. had sat depressed in the stands. Could it be that not even their pro players could do anything about this guy? But now their core, their god Huang Xiaoshan, was on the field. Although Blue Rain was 2 players down and Ye Xiu had wiped out 2 people in succession and was at a health disadvantage from the beginning of the 3rd round, Huang Xiaoshan's spectacular performance had them vibrating with excitement and pride. See that? That's Blue Rain's god. That's our god, Blue River thought proudly. Chapter 1398. This Feeling. Chapter 1398. This Feeling. Translator. Namiyami. Editor. Namiyami. It had already been a year and a half since the new level 75 skills had been implemented. They were no longer in the experimental stage of last season. By now, the pro players had already completely mastered these skills. The 4 level 75 Blade Master skills, Falling Blossom Form, Meteor Form, Piercing Form, and Curving Wind Form had already become core skills in their offensives, influencing the entire system of their class playstyles. The level 75 mass update had given Happy many opportunities. For example, all those materials won in the battle for level 75 wild bosses, using orange equipment from the new update to close the gap in equipment quality between them and Excellent Era. However, for Ye Xiu as an individual, the level 75 mass update was a disadvantage. Ye Xiu was known as the Glory Textbook, a master of all the classes. His experience was incomparably comprehensive. However, the update naturally would influence Glory's metagame. In a time like this, if one wanted to continue being a master of all, then they would need to carry out far more and far deeper research on the new material than others. Ye Xiu had never gone out of his way to achieve this. His title was from the accumulation of his experience and skill throughout all these years, naturally allowing him to achieve this title. This had to do with a lot of factors, including how he was a part of the very first batch of Glory players, how he was always at the head of the development of techniques and styles in Glory, and how Glory had stopped at level 70 for so long. The level 75 update unbalanced this situation. Although with Ye Xiu's experience and knowledge he could easily come up with all sorts of ideas upon seeing the new level 75 skills, he hadn't looked into it like pro players would with their preferred class. So, when this mass update occurred, a textbook like Ye Xiu would need some time to patch for the update. That unmatchable master of all would naturally crack a little during these patches. However, this actually existed for all pro players. In building and refining their new combat system, each person would be met with all sorts of accidents and mistakes on the field. This was because each person had to update their own Glory schema, and this progress might not always be the same for each person, especially since players prioritized their own classes. As for the other classes, they merely had to observe the results of the research of others. In the earliest times, all the experts would gather to discuss all manner of things, and they would manage to bring a scientific air to the game. Since Ye Xiu had many creative and foundational ideas and achievements in all the classes, his textbook title was set from then on. However, as the Glory Pro scene developed into the competitive scene it was now, there was less and less of a chance for these top players of Glory to sit down and simply chat about the update. In these times, most people would prefer that what they managed to find out would never be known by any other, forever stay a secret weapon for the field. Everything had become information that, if used well, could be the code needed to claim victory. This competition had Glory's technique development growing ever the fiercer and more varied. In the past, all the experts would come together to discuss, select, experiment, and come up with rather unified answers. However, everyone walked their own path now, and tested each other's hypotheses in real battle. In the end, the techniques that resulted from this varied. As blade masters, Huang Xiaoshan's use of the level 75 skills would be different from Tiny Herb's Liu Ziobi, or Samsara's Du Ming, or 301 Degrees Gao Jai. Everyone had their own ideas and techniques. A standardized path slowly ceased to exist. Under these circumstances, it was naturally far harder to be a master of all classes. Though Ye Xiu may not have aimed to and pursued such an advantage, under these circumstances, being a master of all classes didn't yield as much benefit as it could have, especially with the level 75 skills morphing the entire system of skills. Now, what he was facing was a class that had experienced a relatively large shift in the paradigm due to a whole 4 level 75 sword forms being added. In addition, his opponent was the one with the title of Sword Saint. Even though Ye Xiu wouldn't neglect to keep an eye on Huang Xiaoshan, wouldn't be completely clueless as to how he used the 4 sword forms, but in the end, knowing was different from experiencing it firsthand. What do you think? This feeling's not bad, huh? After meteor form brought troubling rain past Lord Grimm, drawing forth a stream of blood, he immediately turned. Huang Xiaoshan even took the time to type out a sentence as he did this, and then, "Immortal guides the way." If this stab attack with a powerful blowback effect was used in a combo of attacks and blew its target too far, then it would naturally cause the combo to break. However, at this time, Troubling Rain had already used meteor form to switch positions with Lord Grimm. This attack blew Lord Grimm back, but soon enough, Lord Grimm slammed into the meter-tall mud wall. Instead of being sent out too far, the powerful blowback effect slammed Lord Grimm into the wall, dealing another round of damage as well as a stun. Troubling Rain's offensive continued. However, the audience was still pondering over what Huang Xiaoshan had meant by what he typed just now. This feeling, what feeling? Pan Lin wondered aloud. Li Yibo wasn't sure either. Shockingly enough, something Huang Xiaoshan had typed had managed to elicit everyone's deep contemplation. What a rare sight. Usually, everyone would be doing their utmost to try and ignore everything that the typed into the chat. However, in this match, against a strong opponent like Ye Xiu, Huang Xiaoshan didn't have much energy to spare on flooding the chat. Under such a circumstance, everyone believed that Huang Xiaoshan would only spare energy on typing something truly meaningful and not waste it on bullshit like usual. What feeling? The feeling of being suppressed. Huang Xiaoshan was probably mocking Ye Xiu, taking revenge for the 2 that were wiped out by Ye Xiu, right? That was what most people thought. The only ones who could truly understand the essence of the trash talk that was compressed into this one sentence was Blue Rain and Happy's players. He's probably talking about the slight slip in rhythm due to an unfamiliarity with a new system, right? Blue Rain's Yu Wenzhou and Happy's Fang Rui practically gave the explanation for Huang Xiaoshan's this feeling simultaneously. It's definitely payback, Fang Rui continued with certainty, because everyone got bullied pretty badly by Ye Xiu's unspecialized. That's right. In regards to having trouble adapting, how could the changes brought on by the level 75 skills compare to Ye Xiu bringing back a completely discarded ancient playstyle? To everyone, that was truly a completely unfamiliar system. No experience, no ideas, no one had Ye Xiu's comprehensive knowledge either. For the unspecialized Lord Grimm from the original discovery to officially engaging in the pro scene. It had been 2 years if you're rounded up. However, this unfamiliarity had yet to disappear. No matter who was met with the unspecialized Lord Grimm, they were overwhelmed. 37 consecutive victories in the individual competitions, then wiping out 2 people at the very beginning of the playoffs. This intimidating record of Ye Xiu's had at least some ties with the advantages that his unspecialized class brought him. But now, Huang Xiaoshan was using this unfamiliarity against Ye Xiu, so his triumphant jeer was understandable. Troubling Rain had Lord Grimm completely pinned on that meter-tall wall. What Ye Xiu had originally used to conceal himself was now exactly what was cutting off his escape. Sword light splattered blood onto the wall again and again, slowly dyeing it crimson. Ye Xiu's defeat of his 2 previous opponents meant that he had already beautifully accomplished his mission in this group arena. Even if he was killed by Huang Xiaoshan here, it wouldn't matter. But they weren't satisfied with just that. None of Happy's members were satisfied. Maybe they were too greedy, but just seeing Ye Xiu on the field, they felt that he wouldn't be defeated without doing something shocking. Losing was normal, but being completely suppressed like Song Zio, like Lu Hanwen. Even if the opponent was Huang Xiaoshan, it was completely incomprehensible to Happy's members. Impossible, Happy's players thought. This feeling in their hearts was far more intense than even the most loyal fans of Happy. The support of the fans was sometimes completely irrational, blinded by emotions. But they weren't like that. Happy's members were clear-headed, and yet this sharp feeling came from their utmost confidence in Ye Xiu. How could that guy who started from nothing, who took an internet cafe team through the vicious competition of the Challengers League into the cruelest stage of glory, the playoffs, be suppressed like this? This was unacceptable. Stop pretending. Hurry up and use your ace. Fang Rui suddenly cupped his hands around his mouth and roared at the stage. Ye Xiu couldn't hear his voice. The 2 characters fighting in the projection wouldn't be able to react at all. Instead, it was Blue Rain's members on the other bench that heard him. Ace? What ace? They wondered aloud, nervously watching the match. What ace does he have? Chen Yu also asked nervously. How the hell would I know? Either way, he definitely has one, Fang Rui replied. Definitely, Su Macheng determinedly expressed her support. Then hurry up, Wei Chen slapped his leg. He's going to use it soon, right? Tang Ru said. What will it be? The others all wondered in eager anticipation. Though they had no idea what it was, they were certain it existed. Happy's members seemed almost like a bunch of cult members, all blindly believing. Die! On the field, Huang Xiaoshan once again sent a message. By now, Lord Grimm only had 7% of his health left, and this message was almost like a death sentence. Whoosh! But then, the myriad manifestations umbrella suddenly opened. The sword light that Troubling Rain had gathered, preparing to unleash the last strike to formless phantom blade, hit the surface of the umbrella. Not good. Huang Xiaoshan felt his heart leap. If it was just holding up a shield trying to endure the hit, he wouldn't be so nervous, but the myriad manifestations umbrella was so damn massive when opened. Lord Grimm was hidden behind it, and Ye Xiu was definitely trying to play some sort of trick. Not saying the right thing at the right time is your greatest flaw. Ye Xiu's message popped up on the screen. Did he leave an opening by typing that one word? Huang Xiaoshan subconsciously wondered. If Ye Xiu had the time to chat with him, then the other had probably already prepared his trick. Experience, awareness, everything sparked and burned. Huang Xiaoshan resolutely canceled Formless Phantom Blade. Sword's Divine Judgment. The Blade Master Awakening Skill, activate. Chapter 1399. A Bite Back. Chapter 1399. A Bite Back. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami Sword's Divine Judgment, the Blade Master Awakening Skill. The user's attack speed and attack power would increase sharply, and at the moment of execution, Sword Chi would fly out in a fairly large 360-degree circle. Huang Xiaoshan's troubling reign suddenly used this skill as a defensive option rather than an offensive option. The sword qi swept up the surrounding earth, an attack as defense, and without any blind spots either. When Ye Xiu had Lord Grim hid behind his myriad manifestations umbrella, Huang Xiaoshan had guessed that there was an 80% chance that Lord Grim would try to close the distance with a movement skill. But whether it was a frontal charge or a shadow clone technique to flicker behind him, his sword's divine judgment covered all possible options. The instant he used this skill, Huang Xiaoshan fixed his gaze onto Lord Grim. He wanted to see what sort of tricks Ye Xiu had planned on using. The sword qi circled around troubling reign as he turned slightly to the right. Huang Xiaoshan thought it was more likely that Ye Xiu would have Lord Grim use a shadow clone technique or a teleport to attack him directly from behind. This was a technique Ye Xiu frequently used. In critical moments, players would always subconsciously seek comfort and choose the option they were most familiar with. But no, the spectators could see better than Huang Xiaoshan. Lord Grim, who was hiding behind his myriad manifestations umbrella, didn't see the seals required for a shadow clone technique, nor the flow of mana for a teleport. Lord Grim simply kept the umbrella in its shield form to protect against incoming strikes, and then stepped to the right diagonally. It was a very simple movement, one even a normal player or even someone didn't know how to play Glory could do. However, it caught Huang Xiaoshan off guard. His troubling reign turned right. Lord Grim stepped to the right. Both sides moved to the right from their perspective, and as a result, they happened to move in opposite directions. In that instant, Lord Grim suddenly disappeared from Huang Xiaoshan's view through just this simple step to the right. Any player could get their character to take a step to the right, but they definitely wouldn't be able to make the prediction and calculations required to achieve such a precise outcome. The distance, the position, the angle, the timing, the speed, etc. If any one part was slightly off, the vanishing effect would not happen. It looked to be a simple step, but the skill required to pull it off was the accumulation of 10 years of effort. Huang Xiaoshan instantly recognized that the situation wasn't good. Troubling Reign immediately snapped back to where Lord Grim had still been in his sights, but now Lord Grim was directly in front of him. Even though Troubling Reign had swung his sword as he turned around, Lord Grim's attack came faster. After all, his movement skills were attack skills to begin with. The blood that filled the air was in part due to his own fault. Fuck. Huang Xiaoshan was extremely annoyed. Despite his skill, he couldn't figure out where he had gone wrong. Was using Sword's divine judgment a mistake? Or was it because I was too confident Ye Xiu would move behind me? These all seemed to be reasons, but also weren't. And this sort of feeling was common when playing against Ye Xiu. You had no idea where he saw through you. It was truly the most disgusting feeling possible. Could you at least let me know where I made a mistake? Even Huang Xiaoshan felt helpless and discouraged at this feeling. It was terrible for one's morale and fighting spirit. Don't be too arrogant. Huang Xiaoshan typed in chat. Rather than trash-talking his opponent, it was more of a reminder to himself. Many people knew that Huang Xiaoshan's famed trash talk was often a way for him to focus. Huang Xiaoshan had absolute confidence in winning. He had originally been crushing Ye Xiu in every area, yet Ye Xiu had been able to find an opening, a layered strike to both his technique and his mind. So at this moment, Huang Xiaoshan needed to remind himself not to become lax. He needed to continue to focus and maintain his calm. It was just a tiny bite back. All I need to do is keep steady. Huang Xiaoshan's message made him appear flustered and exasperated, but in reality, he was reminding himself to not be like that. He handled the situation very maturely and calmly. He successfully suppressed his urges, and this was the willpower of a true assassin, of Glory's #1 opportunist. Even Ye Xiu wanted to praise him. At this moment, calmly resetting the fight was far more reliable than urgently trying to take back the upper hand. The opportunity Ye Xiu had obtained after machine-like calculations had been calmly dissolved by Huang Xiaoshan. I thought I'd be able to take away at least a quarter of your health. Forget it, it's my loss. Ye Xiu sighed in the chat. What do you mean it's my loss? It was going to be your loss anyways. Huang Xiaoshan grinded his teeth. He didn't seem calm, but at this moment, his silver weapon ice rain pierced through Lord Grimm's heart, striking the fatal blow. 16%. That was the amount of damage Ye Xiu had been able to deal against troubling rain through his counterattack. It was already quite an impressive number. The spectators felt a bit disappointed at Huang Xiaoshan. Quite a few people felt like Huang Xiaoshan's performance was rather poor. If he had been a bit tougher and directly traded, he definitely wouldn't have lost that much health. But the true experts knew better. No one could have handled it better than Huang Xiaoshan did. Ye Xiu's final words weren't meaningless trash talk. If Huang Xiaoshan had been a fierce and relentless warrior that traded, perhaps the amount of damage he would have taken would have been above Ye Xiu's expected number. The opponent was Ye Xiu. Those who thought Huang Xiaoshan could have done better were all blabbering armchair experts. As Ye Xiu came down from the stage, the stadium was filled with applause. His Lord Grimm had started off with 44% health, and in the end, he was only able to trade it for 20% of his opponent's health. It looked like a loss, but glory was never about pure numbers. Ye Xiu hadn't disappointed anyone. He had been suppressed to the point of suffocation, yet he had still been able to beautifully bare his fangs and fiercely bite his opponent back. If it had been anyone else facing Huang Xiaoshan's dominating play, they would have most likely given up. What's more, Ye Xiu had already taken down 2 of the opposing side's players. Huang Xiaoshan had been his third opponent. Applause. His performance was absolutely deserving of such fervent applause. That was what every happy fan thought. As they clapped, they were afraid that they weren't loud enough and continued to clap louder. As Ye Xiu walked back to his seat, the applause crescendoed, becoming louder and more resonant. Good work. All of Happy's players stood up and welcomed Ye Xiu. The rest is up to you guys, Ye Xiu said. No pressure, Fang Rui grinned. Happy's second player appeared on the big screen. Mo Fan deception. No pressure, right, little Mo, Fang Rui hollered. Mo Fan had already left. He didn't even look back. It's the playoffs and he's still gotta act like that, Fang Rui mumbled. Chen Guo wasn't feeling as playful as Fang Rui. Mo Fan. He was the first of Happy's rookies to stand on the playoff stage. How will he perform? Will he be nervous? Will he make mistakes? His first opponent is Huang Xiaoshan. Such a large step won't be too challenging, right? Chen Guo stared at Mo Fan's back. Because Mo Fan practically never talked, she had no idea what he was thinking. She could only worry more. Happy's second player is Mo Fan, Pan Lin introduced. He's a very patient but also very explosive player. Patience came from Mo Fan's incomparable patience in seeking opportunities. Explosiveness came from the mere 3 ways he knew how to attack. Speaking of which, Mo Fan and Huang Xiaoshan are similar players, Li Yibo said. I guess so, Pan Lin said. There's a clear difference between them though. Yes, both are adept at seeking opportunities. But in comparison, Mo Fan is better at waiting while Huang Xiaoshan is more proactive, Li Yibo said. Of course, if the team competition came and all he did was wait, how could he do well? Pan Lin said. In the end, they come from different places. The habits that Mo Fan acquired aren't easily eliminated, Li Yibo said. Mo Fan's background was no secret. Anyone who played fairly often in the heavenly domain knew of the infamous scrap picker deception. Then let's see how this match will turn out, Pan Lin said, showing his interest in the match. The new match began. Troubling Rain had 80% of his health. With Huang Xiaoshan's identity as a god against a rookie, this 20% disadvantage was nothing. The vast majority of people favored Huang Xiaoshan to win this match, but Mo Fan couldn't be underestimated. After all, he had the glory of defeating a god like Sun Xiang. No one could ignore the possibility of an upset, a scrap picker from the game. And now he was standing on the playoff stage. Many spectators had complicated feelings. No one had any good feelings towards scrap pickers. However, it had been a while since they had seen someone walk out from the game and make it to the biggest stage in the pro scene. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun and all the other rookies had obviously started off in the game, but none of them had the fame that Deception had when he joined the pro scene. Once a player's fame reached a certain level, the club guilds would immediately notice and recruit them. These players would most likely step onto the professional stage before being able to achieve much of a reputation in the game. But Mo Fan was different. He had ignored countless offers and accumulated enormous fame before being pulled into the pro scene by Ye Xiu. A legendary scrap picker wasn't a good reputation, though. If not for this point, Mo Fan would have perhaps been an incomparably popular player because he was someone who had truly been born from them. He would have been a symbol of the grassroots community. Chapter 1400, Mo Fan's Plan. Chapter 1400, Mo Fan's Plan. Translator, Namiyami Editor. Namiyami. The match officially began. The map was chosen by Team Happy, so Mo Fan was no stranger to it. He immediately chose to take a roundabout route through the right path, just like Ye Xiu did last match. Huang Xiaoshan did the same as last match too, taking the direct path to the center. The only difference was that this time, Huang Xiaoshan wasn't nearly as quiet as last match. As soon as his character loaded in, he began cheerfully chatting away with Mo Fan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Words filled the screen, but not a single response came from Mo Fan. Not even a punctuation mark or an emoji. Wow, so quiet, you're not saying anything. Kid, don't be nervous. Think of this as a normal match. Chatting is a way to relax. Huang Xiaoshan was like a benevolent senior, kindly lecturing his junior. However, Troubling Rain's Ice Rain told a different story as it glimmered from time to time. On the big screen, Huang Xiaoshan's viewpoint was constantly shifting, carefully taking note of the sides of the road. No one had any doubts that the moment he met Mo Fan's deception, any sort of kindness would disappear. After several of Happy's matches, everyone had a certain understanding of the maps that Happy liked to choose. The map layout was usually rather simple. There would be a wide path through the center, directly connecting the spawn points on both sides. It also served as a dividing line for the map. As for the left and right, or the east and west ends, consisted of two types of terrain. The north and south usually had a certain symmetry to it. For example, Huang Xiaoshan had chosen the middle path directly to the center, and there were numerous ambush spots along the road. Ye Xiu always took advantage of these spots, and Mo Fan took advantage of these as well. The two sides are getting close, Pan Lin said. In these situations, a bird's eye view of the map was usually displayed so that the viewers could see the two characters closing in. Which ambush spot is Mo Fan going to choose? To tell you the truth, I feel like Huang Xiaoshan has pretty much understood this map. No matter which side Mo Fan chooses to ambush from, it's going to be difficult to surprise Huang Xiaoshan, Pan Lin said. Yes, Huang Xiaoshan has chosen the central path like before, probably for this reason. He has a good understanding of the left and right side of this path. If he chose to directly fight from the east or west wings, there are probably gaps in his knowledge of the terrain there. As a result, it's better to choose to fight in the places he's most familiar with, Li Yibo said. From what you're saying, Mo Fan, who's trying to ambush Huang Xiaoshan, is the one at the disadvantage, Pan Lin said. If he insists on his current plans, but he should be aware of it. Even if he doesn't have enough experience as a rook, I believe the others in Happy would have reminded him, Li Yibo said. No one knew of Mo Fan's personality other than those in Team Happy. From the matches, People could see that he didn't like to talk, but how could they know that he was more quiet than even Zhou Zekai? It was like he was determined not to communicate. As for what Li Yibo just said, Happy had obviously reminded him. Fang Rui, Su Ma Cheng, and so on all tried. In the end, they only got one word out of Mo Fan. Okay. But as soon as Mo Fan started the match, he still chose to take a roundabout route and look for a spot to ambush Huang Xiaoshan. Happy's Fang Rui had jumped to his feet when he saw it happen. This punk only knows how to act cold. He didn't listen to anything I said, Fang Rui shouted. He probably has his own plans, Su Ma Cheng said. Mo Fan's dislike for talking wasn't fake, but he didn't reject other people's opinions. At first, he had been at heads with Ye Xiu, but his attitude towards him slowly changed. The others didn't need to be said. If he didn't want to listen to her and Fang Rui, then he would have just left instead of staying to listen. Even if all they got was an okay, he definitely took their words seriously. Was Mo Fan the type of person who would elaborate? That punk, I wonder what he's got in mind, Fang Rui said. The two sides grew nearer and nearer, but Mo Fan still hadn't picked a spot yet. What's wrong? Is Mo Fan not able to find the right spot because he's nervous? Pan Lin said. I feel like it should be because he's not in a hurry to find a spot, Li Yibo said. It looks like he knows that his opponent has seen through the ambush spots along the central road, so he doesn't plan on doing this sort of ambush. Then why'd he bother taking the roundabout route, Pan Lin said. He at least won't get into a direct confrontation that way, Li Yibo said. Okay, let's keep watching, Pan Lin said. 5 seconds later, Pan Lin suddenly thought of something. Hey. Right, let's take a look at Mo Fan's equipment. Of course. Li Yibo slapped his forehead. He had forgotten too. Everyone had been completely absorbed into Ye Xiu's pace that they forgot that Happy had upgraded their equipment. Quite a few of Lord Grimm's equipment had changed. What about Mo Fan's deception? When the characters loaded into the map, they forgot to check. Level 80. The cameraman cut to a list of Deception's equipment. Silver equipment didn't need to be clicked on. After all, the stats were all hidden. Only the name and the level were shown on the list. The weapon was the most important, so it was listed first. Ninja Blade, 16 leaves. 16 leaves, what a strange name, Pan Lin mumbled. The Glory system automatically came up with the name for silver equipment. Sometimes it would match the stats or the characteristics of the piece of equipment, and sometimes the meaning was more implicit and required more thought to understand the logic. All in all, the name didn't mean much. However, it was unquestionably another piece of level 80 equipment. Deception's boots, emblem, and cape were also level 80 equipment. He had fewer than Lord Grimm, but it wasn't anything strange for the core character to have more. Speaking of which, we haven't really felt a difference in Lord Grimm's equipment, Pan Lin suddenly thought. In the beginning, everyone wanted to know how much stronger Lord Grimm would be with his set of level 80 equipment, but after fighting 3 rounds, they didn't see it giving Ye Xiu a huge advantage. Everyone felt like if Lord Grimm didn't have the upgraded equipment, the outcome still would have been similar. Lord Grimm's increase in attack power is very obvious. The minute changes in his other stats don't seem as obvious right now. The bonus stats on the myriad manifestations umbrella's various forms isn't clear either. As for the added-on skills, we've so far seen the laser beam from the gun form and the priest's wish prayer. Ye Xiu isn't holding back, is he? Pan Lin suddenly had a feeling. The high-level skills tacked onto the myriad manifestations umbrella make up the core of how he does battle. I believe that Team Blue Rain definitely wants to find out which high-level skills the current myriad manifestations umbrella has, but in the end, Ye Xiu's only used 2. There's too many that haven't been used. Blue Rain can only be wary of them in the team competition, Pan Lin said. That's right, Li Yibo nodded his head. Ye Xiu won beautifully in the group arena, but the information he gave out was rather small. I wonder how much Blue Rain's gotten out of it. But the skills added onto the myriad manifestation umbrella's various forms must be a headache for them. Ah, right now, Huang Xiaoshan's troubling reign and Mo Fan's deception have passed by each other. Sure enough, Mo Fan decide to ambush Huang Xiaoshan. Pan Lin returned to the match. Troubling Reign's movements have become more careful. It looks like Huang Xiaoshan is very clear as to what possible ambush spots there are in his surroundings. Coach Li, if that's the case, then when they first started for a length of time it wasn't possible for him to ambush, yet if I remember correctly Huang Xiaoshan had still been carefully taking precautions. Pan Lin suddenly became doubtful. That wasn't taking precautions. That was him giving his teammates more information on the map, Li Yibo said. Oh, so that's what it was. It really makes you feel like they're a very attentive team, Pan Lin sighed. Yes, Li Yibo said. On the battlefield, Troubling Reign had rushed past Deception's coordinates and continued to push forward. As for Deception, he began quietly heading to the edges of the central road as if he wanted to choose an ambush spot. Is he planning on acting out when Huang Xiaoshan retraces his steps after not finding anyone? Pan Lin guessed. Li Yibo shook his head but didn't say anything. He had no idea what Mo Fan was planning. What exactly is this punk thinking? Let alone Li Yibo, even Mo Fan's teammates who had a better understanding of Mo Fan were wondering the same thing. But then afterwards, Mo Fan still didn't choose a spot. It was just that after moving along the edges of the central road, he began running towards Troubling Reign. Is he trying to do a back attack? Pan Lin wondered. The back was the biggest dead angle. It also came with bonus damage, so circling around to the back to mount a sneak attack was the most advantageous option. But because of this, pro player would always be on guard for their rear, especially in 1v1s without any teammates to rely on and when no information was known on the opponent's position. I hope he's not just planning on sneaking up from behind. Huang Xiaoshan is on guard against it, Ye Xiu said. Yes, when he looks left and right, he can also see behind him out of the corner of his eye. Even though he's not looking carefully, it's more than enough as a precaution against back attacks, Fang Rui said. Hearing their worries, Chen Gu suddenly became nervous. Seeing Deception catching up to Troubling Reign, she really wanted to jump over there and yell in his ears, "Be careful, don't go up like that. You punk, where are you hiding? You're so patient, you're still not going to show up," Huang Xiaoshan said. "It's been so long already. Do you want a yellow card? Referee, give him a yellow card." Huang Xiaoshan continued to type. The yellow card immediately appeared to Huang Xiaoshan. Huang Xiaoshan didn't retort and defend himself. He already knew why he had been given the yellow card. This was the playoffs, not the All-Stars. Even if the referee knew that he was just joking around, trying to lead the referee to make a call was absolutely an offense. As long as it was attempted, the player would definitely be penalized. "Look, I ate a yellow card for you. Why don't you hurry up and come out?" Huang Xiaoshan didn't dare mention the referee again, and started typing madly towards Mo Fan.